Chapter 749. Boom! The heavy door was pushed open by two hands that were completely disproportionate to the size of the door. The sound reverberated in the silent surroundings. The cold wind that was blowing all the time had already stopped, causing the atmosphere to become exceptionally heavy. When the door is fully opened, Wu Yan and Asuna looked at each other. They held their weapons and walked into the room. When they entered the room, the door behind them slammed shut. The two of them didn't look surprised at all. They didn't even have the urge to look back. They have encountered this scene many times. Ever since the 75th floor, every floor's boss room has two settings. One is the crystal nullification zone, and the other is the trap activation zone. In other words, once they stepped into the room of the boss, they would not be able to leave unless the boss died. Wu Yan and Asuna already knew about this setting. They didn't need to look back to confirm it. They stopped in their tracks and were attracted by the strange scene in front of them. In front of them, a thick black fog has shrouded the entire room. It's like a worm wriggling in the air. A few black fog-like things are floating around the fog. They look very similar to the shadows outside. The only difference is that their cloaks are black and their heads are covered in black fog. They can't see what's inside. However, on the head of the black fog, there was a pair of scarlet-red light spots that were emitting a faint glow. They flickered like eyes and surged like an evil spirit. Finally, traces of heart-wrenching screeches were emitted from the black fog. It was as though something was trapped within the black fog. It's a strange scene. Even Wu Yan has the urge to take a step back, let alone Asuna. Her serious face has collapsed. What is that? Asuna moved behind Wu Yan. She gripped her rapier so tightly that it's shaking. Where's the boss? Who knows? Wu Yan looked at the black fog that seemed to cover the sky. The already dim scene seemed to have turned even darker due to the rolling black fog. Furthermore, the strange black fog in the middle made it hard for even light to penetrate it. Wu Yan, who tried to get a better look at the situation inside, was defeated in an instant. Numerous ear-piercing screeches reverberated within the black mist. Densely packed black shadows shuttled back and forth within the black mist like demons hiding in the darkness. Their crimson-red eyes looked eerie and scary in this dark environment. Wu Yan couldn't help but curse. This Kayaba Akihiko really has a bad taste. Asuna looked timidly at the black fog hovering in the air. The scene made her scalp tingle. If she didn't know that this was the boss room and they were about to face the boss, she probably wouldn't have dared to stay here any longer. Asuna had no choice but to calm herself down. After a moment of hesitation, she asked, "What should we do? Should we go over?" Wu Yan narrowed his eyes. He pointed Heaven Gazer at the fog and held Asuna's hand. "Follow behind me, we'll walk over slowly," Asuna nodded. She let Wu Yan hold her hand and walked towards the fog with light steps. Just when the two of them were about 5 meters away from the black fog, the constantly squirming black fog suddenly paused. Immediately after, it began to churn violently. An indistinct black shadow flashed through the black fog. At the same time, a crimson blood glow surfaced from within. Traces of a strange crimson color began to fluctuate out. "Be careful." The sudden change startled Wu Yan. As soon as he reminded Wu Yan, he heard a shrill shriek. The black mist stopped moving, and after a brief moment of silence, countless black mist shadows shot out from the black mist and rained down on Wu Yan like a torrential downpour. "Yan! Back off!" Wu Yan and Asuna shrieked at the same time as they leaped back. The black shadows increased their speed and chased after them relentlessly. In an instant, they were right in front of the two retreating figures. They were about to envelop Wu Yan and Asuna. Wu Yan furrowed his brows and he clenched his fist. Heaven Gazer flashed with a dark green radiance and he swung it out. Following his movement, a strong gust of wind burst out from Heaven Gazer into the sky and blew at the black fog shadow. Whooshing noises kept ringing out as the black fog shadows were blown away by the strong wind. The black fog shadows also showed signs of retreating, but the number of black fog shadows was simply too terrifying. Therefore, there were still many black fog shadows that desperately shot down, enveloping the two of them. There's no other way. Wu Yan stopped abruptly and steadied himself. He pulled out the elucidator from his back. Asuna. Attack. Got it. Asuna immediately dashed to Wu Yan's side and saw the black shadows coming at them like a pack of wolves. The effect of sword skill flashed on their swords and they slashed at the black shadows. Bang! The sharp edge of their swords was extremely powerful. The black shadows were instantly torn apart. Wu Yan's and Asuna's faces were filled with joy, but they quickly turned gloomy again. In the blink of an eye, the black fog that had been torn apart turned into a gust of gray gas and quickly spread out. Just when the two of them thought that it would attack, it turned around and drilled into the squirming black fog. Something is wrong. Wu Yan and Asuna had the same thought. But, before they could take a closer look, the other shadowy figures started pouncing at them as well. Wu Yan quickly swung his swords. Every time he swung his swords, a black shadow would be pierced through. However, compared to the number of black shadows behind them, the black shadows were almost negligible. After killing dozens of black shadows, Wu Yan finally couldn't help but take a deep breath. On the other hand, Asuna was in a similar situation. Dozens of black shadows were pierced through by her swords, but there were still more black shadows coming at them. Over time, as the two of them continued to fight, the dark red clouds began to churn violently. As the dark clouds churned, a faint blood-red color seeped through them. It was eerie and sinister. Every time a black shadow was killed, its body would turn into gray smoke and replenish the black clouds. The blood-red color became thicker and thicker. As time passed, the black clouds began to emit an oppressive aura. As the clouds churned, shrill screams could be heard. The Heaven Gazer and Elucidator danced in the air, cutting down the black shadows one by one. However, Wu Yan didn't feel happy at all. He frowned as a bad feeling surfaced in his heart. He waved his swords faster and faster. One after another, illusory sword shadows overlapped with each other. In an instant, a huge wave of black shadows was sliced into pieces. Taking advantage of this gap, Wu Yan lifted his head and looked at the gigantic black mist above his head. His pupils shrunk when he saw what it is. Wu Yan caught a glimpse of a 2 to 3 meter tall figure that looked like a flame within the black mist. With the replenishment of the gray mist, the figure slowly solidified into a solid form. Could it be? Suddenly, the black fog shrunk as though it had received a shock. A momentary silence also appeared in the repeatedly reverberating sharp cries. A blood glow soared within the dark black cloud layer. Faintly, a bone-chilling chewing sound was gradually being emitted from within. Wu Yan's eyes glinted when he saw this. Raising his swords, he took a step forward and charged towards the black mist. Yen! Asuna exclaimed in shock. Chapter 750. Whoosh! Wu Yan dashed towards the black clouds. Heaven Gazer and Elucidator danced in the air, leaving afterimages in their wake. Wherever they went, the black clouds would be sliced in half and turned into gray gas. They were absorbed into the black clouds, but they couldn't stop Wu Yan's charge. Asuna also wanted to join in the fight, but the dark shadows were entangling her so tightly that she couldn't catch up in time. She could only grit her teeth and deal with the dark shadows first. Just as Wu Yan was about to get close to the black clouds, a screeching sound came from within the clouds. Then, one of the clouds moved and a blurry giant figure came out of it. A ferocious beast claw reached out from the side of the giant figure and enlarged in Wu Yan's eyes. It's aimed at Wu Yan's chest and viciously pressed down on it. Wu Yan's eyes flashed as he stared at the ferocious beast claw coming at his chest. The elucidator that was imbued with sword light was sent flying by him and collided with the beast claw. Clang! A majestic black mist suddenly surged out of the beast's claw and intertwined with the light of the sword's skill on the surface of the elucidator. They collided violently, and a series of ear-piercing, chi-chi sounds were heard. Sparks were also ignited as a result of the collision. Wu Yan's expression changed as he looked at the ferocious beast claw in front of him. He swung the heavenly gazer at the beast claw with lightning speed. It hit the beast claw with a loud bang. Dong! Roar! A deafening howl came from the giant figure. The howl drowned out the screams of the other players in the room. Wu Yan and Asuna felt dizzy when they heard the howl. Their hands stopped moving for a brief moment. The gigantic blurry figure shuddered and retracted its claw, retreating into the layers of black clouds. The elucidator, which had been locked in a stalemate with the beast claw, lost its target and slashed into the black clouds, tearing a hole in the clouds. Almost at the same time, an icon appeared on top of the black fog. At the side, there were 7 HP bars hanging high above the ground. The HP bar at the top of the 7 HP bars had already decreased by a little. They saw the icon and the HP bar of the black fog. Wu Yan and Asuna immediately understood. It's the black fog. It's the 99th floor's final boss. The final boss is a cloud. Asuna stared at the black clouds with a surprised expression on her face. She has never heard of a final boss before. How can it be in such a blurry form? Wu Yan, who was closer to the black fog, looked through the hole. His pupils shrunk and his expression changed drastically. Inside the black fog, there were countless black fog shadows that intertwined with each other like insects. It's like a box of poisonous insects. In the center of the black fog shadows, there were strands of gray gas that slowly merged together and solidified. A terrifyingly cold aura was growing in the center of the gray gas. Within the gray gas, there was a 2 to 3 meter tall ferocious figure that was moving. It's the blurry figure that fought Wu Yan just now. Wu Yan's expression darkened when he saw this. Heaven Gazer and Elucidator shone with a blinding aurora-like light. He raised the weapons above his head and slashed down on the black clouds. Boom! The black fog exploded. Blazing sparks spread out from the 2 black longswords. The black fog and shadows that came into contact with the longswords were cut into nothingness. The HP bar beside the black mist decreased. After Wu Yan's destruction, the dark red hue within the mist seemed to have faded a little. However, the shadows within the mist and the blurry silhouette seemed to have received some sort of provocation as they howled in a frenzied manner. Then, the black fog outside the black fog turned into sharp spikes and shot towards Wu Yan. Bang! Wu Yan was caught off guard. He was hit in the middle and his body flew backward as if he was stabbed by a spear. Yen! Asuna swung her rapier and swept away the black fog shadows. She leaped into the air and caught Wu Yan in her arms. The 2 of them flew back a few meters before landing on the ground. Yen! Asuna quickly helped Wu Yan up. Are you alright? I'm fine. I'm fine. Wu Yan rubbed his chest and stood up. The healing fairy flew to his side and healed him back to full health. That boss's attack pattern is too strange. Wu Yan looked up and stared at the black fog. His brows furrowed. Asuna furrowed her brows and said, "What's going on? Why is the final boss Yunruoyan? You should ask Kayaba Akihiko." Wu Yan shook his head. He took a step forward and pointed his rapier at the black fog. What we can confirm is that the black fog is the boss. Attacking the black fog will clear its HP, but attacking the black fog shadows won't do any damage to it. Moreover, once the black fog shadows die, they will condense into a stronger shadow. Asuna recalled the giant shadow that came out of the black fog and fought Wu Yan head-on. Her head started to hurt. The giant shadow was able to take Wu Yan's sword skill head-on. It's not hard to imagine how strong that giant shadow is. Moreover, there are endless black fog shadows around it. Killing them will only strengthen the giant shadow. The longer this drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be for them. Fortunately, they are the ones who came here to raid the boss. If it was the clearers, their original formation would have been disrupted in an instant. For the clearers who have always relied on numbers to defeat the boss, the black fog shadows are like a natural predator. They can't win in terms of numbers against the overwhelming number of black fog shadows. In terms of strength, any one of the clearers might be able to deal with a dozen or so black fog shadows at once. But if they have to deal with a group of black fog shadows and their formation being disrupted, the consequences would be unimaginable. Wu Yan and Asuna grimaced at the thought of this. They looked up at the sky and they saw the dark clouds slowly solidifying. Wu Yan could clearly sense a tyrannical aura coming from the ghostly wails that reverberated through the air like thunder. At this moment, the black fog cloud layer had already stopped churning. However, that dark blood-red color was still seeping through. Immediately, the black fog cloud layer slowly fluctuated and actually began to swiftly scatter. It's gone. Asuna nervously held her rapier. Could it be that the boss is dead? How is that possible? Wu Yan bitterly smiled and looked up. I'm afraid the next part is going to be the hardest part. As soon as he finished his sentence, the black fog clouds that shrouded the sky dispersed most of its body, leaving only a small ball in the middle. In the area covered by the black fog clouds, a blood-red giant shadow appeared in front of Wu Yan and Asuna. Their expression turned serious. It's a figure that's about the same size as a normal person. It has hands, feet, a head, but no face. It's about 3 meters tall and its body is filled with a dark red color. It's as if it's made of fresh blood. At first glance, it's emitting a cold and tyrannical aura. Above its faceless head, a pair of red dots glowing with crimson light shot out. There was not the slightest bit of emotion that a human should have. There was only endless brutality and killing intent that could be clearly seen. It was exactly the same as the eyes of a wild wolf that had been starved for more than 10 days. Only a small cloud of black mist remained on the left side of the blood shadow's chest. It was like a heart, and the 7 HP that should have been on the blood shadow had been transferred to the blood shadow. A loud howl resounded. Chapter 751. Roar. The giant shadow raised its head and howled. Even though it had no mouth, the howl sounded as if it came from a gigantic, ferocious maw. The howl created a shockwave that swept out in all directions. Wherever the shockwave passed, the dark boss room was instantly covered in a blood-red hue. The entire room lit up as well. The blood-red hue continued to spread throughout the room. The giant shadow's howl spread to every corner of the room. It only stopped howling when the entire room was filled with blood-red hue. However, after the howl ended, the giant shadow's body seemed to have increased in size. Finally, Wu Yan and Asuna got a good look at the true form of the shadow. It's blood-red like a naked giant. However, its skin is red as if it was soaked in a pool of blood. It also has a faceless head and a pair of crimson eyes. A demon. That's the first thought that popped up in both Wu Yan and Asuna's minds when they saw the giant shadow. Asuna's face turned pale when she saw the giant shadow's hideous appearance. She couldn't help but take a step back. Her chestnut-colored eyes were filled with panic. The giant shadow's appearance is too much for a girl to bear. Wu Yan saw Asuna's reaction and stood in front of her. He pointed his heaven gazer and elucidator diagonally to the ground as if he was protecting something. Asuna's fear lessened a lot. She took a step back and stood firmly beside Wu Yan. Both of them raised their swords. "Are you okay?" Wu Yan asked softly. Asuna took a deep breath. Her expression tensed up. Of course. Wu Yan nodded and didn't say anything else. He looked up at the giant figure in the sky. His wine-red eyes narrowed as he stared at the chest of the giant figure, at the fluctuating black clouds. If you have the chance, attack the black mist at its chest, Wu Yan said in a serious tone. It was just one sentence, but the smart Asuna immediately understood what he meant. No matter who the boss was, whether it was the black fog or the giant shadow, the black fog was still there. Then it must be useful. Previously, the HP bar and icon only appeared when attacking the black fog cloud. Therefore, attacking the black fog cloud was definitely not a mistake. Maybe there's a weakness there. Roar. As if it could understand the conversation between the two, the giant shadow roared angrily. A blood-red aura appeared around its body and condensed into a giant sword in its hand. Roar! The giant shadow's eyes flashed red as it let out a howl from its faceless head. Its body seemed to have lost all gravity as it fell from the sky and dived towards the two on the ground. Asuna looked at the giant shadow diving towards her. Asuna took a deep breath and calmed herself down. She raised her hand, and a pink sword skill light shot out from the thin sword in her hand. Ha! Asuna shouted. Just as the giant shadow was about to reach her, the light on the rapier in her hand quickly condensed into one. The next moment, countless pink sword shadows poured out like raindrops, streaking across the void in front of them, leaving behind faint red marks. They were all aimed at the giant shadow. Roar! The dense pink sword shadow swept across the giant shadow's body. The giant shadow swung its giant sword. Bang 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 bang, the countless sword shadows were swept away by the giant sword. Asuna didn't even frown as she swung her sword again. This time, the sword was aimed at the black mist at the giant shadow's chest. Roar! The giant shadow seemed to be enraged by Asuna's action. Its great sword trembled violently, and with a strange sound, it suddenly flew up and hit Asuna's rapier. With a ferocious force, it viciously slammed Asuna's head. If this attack landed, Asuna's HP would be reduced by half. But Asuna didn't even look at it. She ignored the giant sword that was about to hit her head. The pink glow of her sword skill grew brighter and brighter, and the sword in her hand shot towards the giant's chest. Just as the great sword was about to hit Asuna, two gleaming long swords suddenly appeared from the side and met the great sword head-on. Clang! The two black long swords clashed with the giant sword. A gust of wind blew from the center of the three swords. Asuna's long chestnut-colored hair fluttered in the wind, and the giant sword couldn't penetrate any further. Asuna's cheeks were stinging from the gust of wind. The two long swords and the giant sword were in a stalemate. Asuna shouted again and stabbed the giant shadow's chest with even more force. Roar! The giant shadow howled again, but this time, there was a hint of pain in its voice. Before it could finish its howl, the two black long swords under the giant sword began to exert force. Clang! A crisp sound resounded in the air. The great sword was forcefully blocked by two black long swords. Following that, the sword's skill's light flashed. Following the slender swords, the great sword also struck the chest of the giant shadow. Roar roar roar! The giant shadow howled in pain. Its HP dropped at an unimaginable rate. Before it could retaliate, the two black long swords and the giant sword landed on its body at the same time. Bang! The giant shadow was pushed back. Asuna! Ha! Wu Yan and Asuna disappeared from where they stood. When they reappeared, they were already in front of the giant shadow. Before the giant shadow could react, the three swords sliced through space and pierced through the giant shadow's chest. The swords even pierced through the dark clouds. The giant shadow's howl turned into a blood-curdling scream. At this time, the black cloud seemed to have become its weakness. When it was hit, its HP bar kept dropping. In just a short exchange, Wu Yan and Asuna's HP bars were full, but the boss's HP bar was half gone. With the two of them working together, the giant shadow was completely defeated. The giant shadow was enraged. It dodged Asuna's attack and rushed towards Wu Yan. It was as if it knew that Wu Yan was the culprit behind its continuous attacks. However, before it could even take a few steps, Asuna appeared in front of the giant shadow again and slashed her sword at the giant shadow like rain. Bang 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 bang. In a second, Asuna had slashed at least a dozen times, and all of them landed on the giant shadow. Unfortunately, this time, the giant shadow's HP bar was not cleared. It was only pushed back. Seeing this scene, the two immediately understood that the real boss was still the Black Fog. However, the Black Fog did not have much combat ability, so it condensed into a giant shadow and let it fight. Meanwhile, the Black Fog was inside the giant shadow and controlled the giant shadow's movements. This was the true face of the 99th floor's guardian boss. Even the Black Fog from before was used to create this giant shadow. With this information, Wu Yan and Asuna's chances of victory increased by more than half. The two flashed past each other like lightning and they locked onto the giant shadow. Wu Yan used his greatsword skills to push the giant shadow back while Asuna focused on attacking the black mist. She kept swinging her swords at the boss. Occasionally, the two of them would switch targets. The boss's HP didn't show any signs of slowing down. In the past year, since the two of them got married, every time they entered the labyrinth area, they would form a party. They would clear maps together, level up together, and even face the boss together. Now, the two of them had reached an unimaginable level of teamwork. Chapter 752. Bang! The giant figure stomped its feet fiercely on the ground. Every time its feet landed, the ground would tremble under its huge body. After dozens of steps, the giant figure finally stabilized its body. Its faceless head lifted up, and a furious howl spread to every corner, blowing away the smoke and dust that had been stirred up. Compared to the dark shadow, Wu Yan and Asuna were in a much better state. Although their HP bars had decreased, it didn't take long for them to recover back to full health with the help of the healing fairy. After the previous jaw-dropping coordination battle, Giant Shadow's HP bar had already been reduced by a total of 6. Even though it hadn't been that long since the battle started, the intensity of the battle was no less than a large-scale raid. With the perfect coordination between the two, it wasn't hard to understand why the boss HP had been reduced to such a degree in such a short period of time. However, the battle had caused Asuna to start panting. After she calmed down, Asuna's cheeks flushed red. She looked at Wu Yan who was standing beside her. Wu Yan nodded at Asuna when he saw her looking at him. He didn't look like he was panting at all. Instead, he looked like he was at ease. Originally, Wu Yan had no problem dealing with the dark shadow alone. Now, he had Asuna on his side. Even if Asuna wasn't as strong as Wu Yan, the two of them would be able to fight together. Their combat prowess doubled. Wu Yan had a much easier time fighting them compared to when he was alone. If Wu Yan was alone, he wouldn't have been able to deal with the dark shadow in such a short period of time. Roar! Roar! The dark shadow roared again and again. It looked at the two little people, who were half its height. The red glow in its eyes intensified and there was a hint of madness in its eyes. Wu Yan and Asuna's hearts were in their throats. The dark shadow has an invisible setting. Once the HP bar drops to red, its attack pattern will change. Even its skills and abilities will increase. Although not all dark shadow bosses have this setting, if they don't pay attention to it, it's not something to be happy about. Sure enough, under their watchful eyes, The Dark Shadow's heart began to emit black mist from the Dark Shadow's body. It floated above the Dark Shadow's room. In just a few moments, the Dark Shadow covered the entire room and emitted a chilling aura. The Dark Shadow was suffocating. The black fog shrouded the sky and emitted a cold aura like a tide. It formed a sea of black fog and rolled violently like a thundercloud. The giant figure flashed and jumped into the black fog, disappearing without a trace in an instant. The next moment, black fog shadows began to fly out of the black fog clouds. Just like at the beginning, they shuttled back and forth in the black fog clouds. What was shocking was that during this period of time, the HP bar that had dropped to a red state was actually slowly recovering. Looking at the Dark Shadow and the Dark Shadow's HP bar that was slowly recovering, Wu Yan and Asuna became anxious. I didn't expect the boss to have the ability to recover HP. Could it be that when its HP bar fell into a red alert state, it would return to its original form, and then come out to fight after its HP was fully recovered? And before that, it would have the shadow of the black fog to hold me back. Just as this thought surfaced in their minds, boundless black fog suddenly surged out from the black fog, densely covering the sky and covering the earth as they pounced towards the two of them, confirming their guesses. In the next moment, the black fog shadows also attacked, surrounding the two of them in the middle. Then, they formed a group and rushed down in a line. Wu Yan and Asuna raised their swords at the Dark Shadow boss at the same time. When the Dark Shadow boss was about to reach them, they swung their swords and killed all the Dark Shadow boss. As soon as the Dark Shadow boss died, its body turned into a gray mist and was sucked into the Dark Shadow boss. The Dark Shadow boss seemed to have eaten something extremely nutritious. The Dark Shadow boss's HP bar began to recover rapidly. Wu Yan and Asuna panicked. They quickly put away their swords and retreated to the back. Yan, we can't go on like this. Asuna gritted her teeth. With the Dark Shadow boss blocking us, we can't get close to it. Attacking the Dark Shadow boss will only increase its HP regeneration. If we don't think of a way to deal with it, I understand. Wu Yan lowered his head and pondered for a moment. He then looked up at the Dark Shadow boss. Asuna, open a path for me. Let me get through. Asuna hesitated for a moment. Are you sure? No problem. Wu Yan lowered his body and got into a charging stance. As long as I hit the boss with my dual sword style, the boss won't be able to last long with its remaining HP. Asuna stared at Wu Yan for a moment and nodded. I understand. Asuna charged in front of Wu Yan. She swung her rapier and the shadows in front of her cleared away the black fog. She turned the area into gray air currents. Before the gray stream could return to the Dark Shadow boss, Wu Yan's heavenly gazer and elucidator shone brightly. Solar eclipse, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Like a signal, Wu Yan leaped into the air. Along with the radiance of heaven gazer and elucidator, he turned into a meteor and charged into the black mist with a trail of flames behind him. Bang! Boom! Like a meteor crashing into the ocean, the Dark Shadow boss suddenly calmed down. Then, an earth-shattering explosion erupted from the Dark Shadow boss. A bright light shone from the Dark Shadow boss and spread out like ripples. It was as if the sun had broken through the dark clouds at the end of the night. It was like the light of a solar eclipse. The light illuminated every corner of the Dark Shadow boss's room. Asuna was slightly dazed by the bright light. The Dark Shadow boss screamed and turned into ashes. The Dark Shadow boss no longer condensed into gray streams. The Dark Shadow boss also started to dissipate. Along with it, the Dark Shadow boss's HP bar disappeared. When the light dimmed, the black mist condensed into a small ball and stopped moving. It trembled and broke into pieces. The crisp sound of the effect was heard and it fell apart. The Dark Shadow boss's room lit up again. This time, it wasn't blood red or black, but white. Wu Yan floated down from the ceiling and landed on the ground. The sword skill effect of the Heavenly Gazer and Elucidator dimmed, revealing the dark shadow boss's body. Asuna finally reacted. Her delicate body trembled as a look of ecstasy appeared on her face. She couldn't help but let out a cry of joy. We did it! Asuna ran up to Wu Yan and threw herself into Wu Yan's arms. She hugged his neck and screamed. Yan! We did it! We did it! Wu Yan hugged Asuna tightly and smiled bitterly. It's not like we've never cleared the dark shadow boss before. Why are you so happy? Asuna blinked her eyes and said pitifully, can't I? Fine. Wu Yan's smile got even more bitter. Asuna's laughter was like a chime. Chapter 753. Today, the players of Aincrad were going crazy. They were so happy that they went crazy. The 99th floor. They cleared it. There's only the 100th floor left to clear SAO and leave this world filled with death and despair. As long as they could clear the final 100th floor, the remaining 6,000 players who had survived in this world for 3 years would be able to log out and return to the real world. Even if there's only one floor left, it won't stop the players from going crazy. Players on every floor of Aincrad are celebrating and cheering for Wu Yan and Asuna, the Fey Swordsman, for clearing the 99th floor. They are also cheering for the Fey Swordsman, Wu Yan, and Asuna who cleared the 99th floor. After the wedding a year ago, Wu Yan and Asuna's names became the hottest topic in SAO's forums. They became the headline of SAO's forums once again. Players are extremely grateful to the two. Even though Wu Yan and Asuna cleared a lot of floors in the past, they're nothing more than a countdown to the players. Of course they're grateful, but not as grateful as this time. Of course, there are some players who are jealous of the world. In SAO, there's no shortage of disgusting and filthy people. Only they would hide in a corner and curse Wu Yan and Asuna while others are cheering for them. They're also cursing the players who went crazy for the 100th floor. No matter what, SAO is about to arrive. Aincrad's final floor made the players feel like they're seeing the light of dawn. They're already praying in their hearts, praying for the smooth clearing of the last floor. While the others were celebrating, the main characters were also celebrating. Everyone. Klein glanced at his surroundings. Are you ready? Wu Yan, Asuna, Yui, Kirito, Liz, Sachi, Cheyenne, Silica, Suda, Agile, and the others looked at each other. Klein nodded with a smile. He then raised the glass of wine in his hand. Then, to clearing the 99th floor, cheers. Cheers! Everyone raised the cups in their hands and moved closer to the center. Their glasses collided with each other. After a series of clinks and laughter, they drank the wine in their glasses. Of course, Jay and Sheely's glasses were filled with fruit juice. After downing a whole glass of wine in one breath, Klein let out a loud yell of satisfaction. Aw, so comfortable. Don't drink too much. Wu Yan took a step away from Klein. She said expressionlessly, I don't want to carry you back, we don't want to. Kirito, Suda, and Agile said in unison. Klein, who was originally happy, suddenly became unhappy. You guys are too much. It's rare for you guys to be so happy, Wu Yan and the others laughed. Klein blinked his mouth but soon became happy again. Well, forget it. Congratulations, Yan, for clearing the 99th floor. Congratulations to you too. Wu Yan shook his head and laughed. It's the same for everyone. I didn't do it alone. Yes, yes, yes. And Asuna, you two are a model couple. Your combined efforts are better than the entire clearers. Klein raised his glass to Asuna. Congratulations, Asuna. Asuna tilted her head and smiled shyly. Without Yen, I wouldn't have been able to do it alone. After saying that, Asuna put on a sad face and said with lingering fear, if it wasn't necessary, I wouldn't even take a step into that labyrinth. Asuna's words confused those who didn't know what she meant. Wu Yen, Yui, and Liz, who knew Asuna's weakness, secretly laughed. In the past, Aincrad had quite a few similar types of labyrinths. For example, when Asuna was still in charge of the clearers, the 65th and 66th floors of the ancient city labyrinth were filled with shadowy monsters. Asuna didn't have the courage to lead a team to those floors when she heard about the monsters on those floors. In the end, she even found all kinds of excuses to give up the clearers. Back then, Asuna wasn't as optimistic as she is now. Although she knew Wu Yen back then, her relationship with Wu Yen wasn't as close as it is now. In other words, the clearers were still very important to Asuna back then. Yet, Asuna still gave up the clearers because the floors were filled with horror monsters. It was easy to imagine how afraid she was of ghosts and other supernatural beings. Is there one more floor left? Kirito held his cup and looked at the ceiling. We'll be leaving this world soon. The joyous atmosphere at the scene suddenly became somewhat silent. Everyone couldn't help but become silent. Their eyes more or less revealed some memories. Although they all want to leave this world, it's undeniable that this world that they hated the most did leave them with a lot of memories, some good and some bad. Human habits are a very scary thing. After 3 years, the players in SAO have gotten used to this world, including everyone here. Now that the time to leave this world is infinitely close, it made them feel a little sad. Is it because they don't want to leave? Or are they mourning the 3 years that they lost? Probably, they don't even know themselves. However, one thing was for sure. They did not regret logging into the game that day 3 years ago. Asuna smiled gently and looked at Wu Yen. She gently leaned into his arms. Liz did the same. Sachi, Cheyenne, and Silica also held each other's hands. Suda, Klein, and Agile even hugged each other's shoulders tightly. Without this world, they wouldn't be able to get to know each other. From this point of view, they are truly grateful for this game that brought their loved ones and friends to them. Compared to the other players, they were undoubtedly blessed because they had formed many bonds and had many beautiful memories. As such, even if they did not have the urge to cry, they still had smiles on their faces and felt warmth in their hearts. Yui, who was standing at the side, felt it the most. As a mental healing program, Yui's job was to make all the players in the game smile. However, the nature of the game turned everything into nothingness and she almost broke down. But now, everything is different. Although Yui can feel the negative emotions in SAO almost every day, the people around her are smiling from the bottom of their hearts. This makes Yui very touched and happy. She is also grateful to this world for allowing her to meet her parents. She was able to experience the positive emotions that were a luxury for her in the past. Looking at everyone who was smiling at each other, Yui suddenly felt a strong sense of reluctance. She might not be able to see them again after SAO clears the game. Suddenly, 2 hands gently patted her head. Yui quickly looked up and saw Wu Yen and Asuna's smiling faces. Yui smiled. Her smile was very happy and happy. At the same time, her smile was very firm. Chapter 754. Of course, memories are memories. It's weird to be immersed in those memories. It didn't take long for everyone to realize what's going on. Hey, Kirito, Liz raised her head and looked at Kirito with a serious expression. You have to come find me when we get back to the real world. Kirito scratched his head and mumbled in embarrassment under the gaze of so many pairs of eyes. I still haven't paid for the dark chaser you gave me. Liz nodded in satisfaction when she heard Kirito's promise. However, Kirito's embarrassed expression made everyone laugh. What the? Klein looked at Kirito with a teasing smile. You're still a kid, stop bragging. Agile mocked him mercilessly, you can't even compare to a little brat. At least he's married, Klein's smile froze on his face. Seeing this, Suda held his belly and laughed out loud. Asuna was also laughing, but she seemed to have thought of something. Her chestnut-colored eyes slowly shifted to Wu Yen. There was an inexplicable light flowing in her eyes. Wu Yen felt a chill run down his spine. What a captivating sight! Wu Yen turned his head away in an unnatural manner. Asuna's gaze sharpened and her gaze turned frosty. Wu Yen bitterly laughed out loud. Hey, are you worried that I won't want you anymore? Wu Yen pursed his lips and tried to be as tactful as Kirito. I still owe you a wedding ring. Asuna finally showed a beautiful smile. Klein finally couldn't take it anymore. He rubbed his hair as if he was going crazy. Hey. What's wrong with you two? Can't you wait until we get home to show off your love? It's so heartless of you to set off a flashbang here. Asuna and Liz's cheeks turned red, and they put their hands on their hips again. Liz scolded him directly. It's your fault for not getting a girlfriend. Klein immediately knelt down and cried out his grievances. You think I don't want to? If you can find it, who would be here to accuse you winners in life? In the crime scene, Wu Yan had Asuna, and Kirito had Liz. Suda also had a girlfriend. Agile didn't have a companion here, but he was a married man in the real world. Therefore, all the men present, except for Klein, already had their other halves. No wonder he was so disappointed at the thought of this. Klein's heart turned cold, and the tears on his cheeks became thicker. However, he quickly turned his gaze to Sachi, Cheyenne, and Sheely. Her eyes started to ripple, the three of them trembled as they looked at Klein's malicious eyes. Without thinking, the three of them hid behind Wu Yen and looked at him with vigilance. My brother is still here. Sachi attacked. Klein's HP dropped by 1 point, you want to hit on me? In your dreams. Cheyenne launched a fierce attack and Klein's HP was reduced by half, you weird uncle. Silica launched a critical attack, and Klein's HP dropped to a critical level. Asuna and Liz stepped forward, but they didn't say anything. They just looked at Klein with disdain. Silence is better than words, and no move is better than a move. KO. Clap. Klein's body bent forward in frustration. His back was covered in darkness. Is this necessary? Is this necessary? Is this necessary? Hearing Klein's cursing words, Jie couldn't bear it anymore and walked up to Klein. It's okay, I'm sure you'll find a girl you love. It was as if Klein had heard the voice of an angel. He raised his head and looked at Yui, who had a gentle smile on her face. Yui-chan, you're the best. Yui lowered her head in embarrassment, and she smiled. Thank you, Uncle Klein. Klein froze on the spot, and his body turned gray and crumbled bit by bit. Only one sentence echoed in the air. Uncle. 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 I'm an uncle. Wu Yan and Co couldn't take it anymore. They shook their heads helplessly and they exchanged glances. Then, they turned their heads away with an expression that said, this is so embarrassing. They didn't want to look at Klein anymore. Oh right. Suda turned to Wu Yen, and his expression turned serious. Yen, tomorrow, go to the Knights of the Blood HQ in Granzum. Hearing this, everyone put away their joking attitude and cast their eyes on Keita. Klein also stopped fooling around and his expression gradually became serious. Knights of the Blood's HQ. Asuna frowned. Is this an order from the leader? Suda nodded, and Klein took over. Not just Yen, Kirito, Agile, you two should go to the Knights of the Blood HQ as well. The entire clearers will gather there tomorrow. The entire clearers will gather at the Knights of the Blood HQ. Kirito jerked his head up. Could it be? Wu Yen crossed his arms and looked at Klein and Suda. With such a large formation, I'm guessing tomorrow's gathering is for the 100th floor of Aincrad, right? As expected of the Fey swordsman, you hit the nail on the head. Klein joked, and then he continued. Actually, the clearers have been working on this since before the 99th floor was cleared. Suda looked at everyone, and his voice slowly entered everyone's ears. Aincrad has a total of 100 floors. Every floor has a room in the labyrinth that leads to the next floor. Inside the room is the floor's boss. Players have to defeat the boss in order to pass the floor and proceed to the next floor. After 3 years of gaming, there's only one floor left in Aincrad. As long as we defeat the 100th floor's boss, we'll be able to clear the dungeon. Klein and Suda's eyes lit up at the mention of clearing the dungeon, but it quickly dimmed down. But as we all know, the higher the floor, the stronger the boss is. The 25th, 50th, and 75th floors' bosses are even more terrifying. Of course, the final floor of Aincrad, the 100th floor's final boss, is undoubtedly the strongest boss in SAO, no one can compare to it. Suda looked at Wu Yen and Kirito with a serious expression. Under such circumstances, the clearers aren't confident in taking down the final boss. So, we have a plan: gather all the top players in SAO and form an alliance with the clearers to take down the boss on the 100th floor in one fell swoop and achieve the final goal of clearing the floor. All the top players in SAO. Wu Yen narrowed his eyes. In other words, Asuna will be summoned as well. Yes. Klein smiled bitterly. After all, this is our final floor, we have to get through it, but if we can't even get through this formation. Agile said with a gruff voice. In this world, we won't have any hope of clearing the dungeon. The atmosphere became heavy, everyone's expression was heavy, even Wu Yen. He knows that the final boss of Aincrad is Heathcliff himself. In other words, the final battle with Heathcliff has finally arrived. Once they reach the 100th floor's boss, Heathcliff will reveal his true identity. Wu Yen guessed that when the time comes, the players who went to the 100th floor to fight the boss will probably suffer quite a bit of a blow. Heathcliff wants to take down all the top players in one fell swoop. Wu Yen didn't know, but he knows that he's the only one who can win this battle. Chapter 755. Aincrad's 55th floor, Granzam. Players who usually roamed this floor of the City of Steel immediately noticed that the atmosphere in Granzam was a little different from usual. They couldn't pinpoint exactly what was different, but Granzam's teleportation gate was especially lively today. On the platform, the teleportation flashes would flash once every few minutes. Players with high-quality equipment were arriving one after another, and they were all heading towards the same direction. Among these people, some were in groups, some were alone, some had a terrifying aura, and some were dressed very low-key, but at a glance, they still gave people a feeling that they were not simple. However, these people all had one thing in common, and that was that their levels were very high. Some of the more observant players also noticed that most of the players who came to Granzam are very famous or were once very famous. They're the kind of players you'd rarely see in the past. For a while, the main streets of Granzam are filled with players who don't fit in with their surroundings. They've attracted the attention of all the players on the street. Many of the players even recognized their names as they walked. It's clear that they're not normal players. It was such a stark change that even the players who passed by noticed something was wrong, let alone those who lived in Granzam. Everyone realized that today's Granzam wouldn't be too peaceful. Pedestrians on Granzam's main streets have started walking to the side to make way for the players in the middle. For the top players who had come to Granzam to walk, the scene was like ancient times. The scene of the emperor and the nobles parading through the streets was the same as when they were paraded through the streets. The normal players of Granzam have become commoners. This could be considered a different type of attention. Many guilds, teams, and players would unconsciously puff out their chests when they faced the gazes of these ordinary players. They would proudly walk past these ordinary players to show off their extraordinariness. There are also those who don't like the attention and have an unnatural expression on their face. Wu Yan, of course, is the latter. Look! Look! What's going on? Is it a famous guild or party? It's even better this time. Take a look, that outfit. Elven swordsman Wu Yan. There's more. Isn't that Lady Asuna the Flash? Where? Where? Move. Let me see. It really is Lady Asuna. Lady Asuna is finally back. What do you mean she's back? Can't you see the elven swordsman is here? She's only here with her husband. Oh yeah. I almost forgot, Lady Asuna is already married. Damn it, I'm so jealous of that elven swordsman. They're here too. All the famous top players are coming one after another. Is there some super rare item in Granzum? Who knows? Hey. Haven't you noticed that they're all heading for the headquarters of the Knights of the Blood Oath? I think so. Could it be that they have gathered here for a reason? Was it to clear the 100th floor? I have to admit, the eyes of the spectators are ignorant, but at the same time, they're sharp. No matter where you go, flies are indispensable, and the other indispensable are smart people. It should be said that with the current situation of SAO, with so many famous players gathered at the same time, as long as one had a brain, one could easily guess their purpose in coming here. The 100th floor of Ain Krad's dungeon. On the way to the Knights of the Blood Oath HQ, Wu Yan couldn't help but sigh as he listened to the discussions of the players around him. This isn't the first time he's being treated like a monkey, but he just can't get used to it. Asuna, who's receiving more attention than Wu Yan, is also not used to it. When she heard Wu Yan's sigh, she couldn't help but move closer to Wu Yan as if she's trying to draw attention to Wu Yan. In the past year, Asuna almost never appeared in the limelight again. She didn't enjoy this kind of treatment that she used to receive every day. Naturally, Asuna, who liked to live a peaceful life, was not used to this kind of treatment that was similar to chasing after a celebrity. But no matter how uncomfortable she is, she's destined to be the center of attention. After a year, Asuna has undoubtedly become more beautiful than before. She's no longer as immature as she used to be. At 18 years old, she's already showing the charm of a mature woman. Coupled with the fact that she had lived as a wife for a year, the charm that was so soft that it seeped into her bones was like a flower that attracted bees. The moment she appeared in front of the bees, she immediately displayed the attribute of attracting bees and butterflies. Originally, Asuna was an idol in the eyes of the public. After disappearing for a year, not only did her popularity not decrease, but it also increased because she once again showed her face and attracted more and more people. Currently, Asuna's Knights of the Blood uniform that left the deepest impression on the players has disappeared. Since she left the Knights of the Blood, she's no longer wearing that uniform. Instead, she's wearing a white dress with pleated edges. The front of the dress is just above her knees and the back of the dress is pulled all the way down to her ankles. It's similar to a cloak or a battle skirt. She doesn't have the cold and serious aura she used to have. Instead, she looks noble, elegant, and ethereal. If it weren't for the fact that she doesn't have wings and her ears aren't elongated, Asuna would look like an elf. Of course, in Wu Yan's eyes, Asuna looks more like a seductress. She's constantly emitting a seductive aura that makes his heart burn. However, Wu Yan is a little annoyed that his wife is the center of attention. Everyone is pointing at her in front of everyone. They're not even bothering to hide their lust for her. Asuna, let's hurry up. Asuna turned around and looked at Wu Yan. Her chestnut-colored eyes were filled with an inexplicable joy. It's as if she can see through Wu Yan's thoughts. Her discomfort disappeared and was replaced by joy. Her beautiful smile stunned everyone around her. Hey, Yan Kuan. Asuna tugged on Wu Yan's sleeve and she blinked her eyes. Her eyes looked like they could speak. Are you jealous? Wu Yan's expression turned awkward. Why do you have to be so observant in this area? Because. Asuna poked Wu Yan's arm. Sometimes, I want to see you care more about me. Wu Yan was annoyed. Do you have so little confidence in yourself? Are you afraid that I'll have a change of heart? Who knows? Asuna purposely turned her head away, but her eyes were still fixed on Wu Yan's face. Then, she suddenly hugged Wu Yan's arm. Stare. In an instant, he felt the gazes around him turn hostile. It's especially cold, it's like there's a thorn in his back. He's starting to worry if someone will jump out and challenge him to a duel. Asuna. Wu Yan couldn't stay calm anymore. Are you trying to make me public enemy number one? It doesn't matter. What's wrong with that? Asuna said matter-of-factly, it's more intimate this way. Wu Yan pursed his lips. In the end, he had no choice but to accept the hostile gazes. However, Asuna's next move stunned him and the players around him. Chirp. A faint chirp sounded in his ear, followed by a soft and moist sensation on his cheek. Asuna kissed him in front of everyone. While everyone was dumbfounded, Asuna smiled but her cheeks were slightly red. She hugged Wu Yan's arm and walked forward proudly. Asuna is definitely doing this on purpose. Chapter 756. At the entrance of Knights of the Blood's HQ, 2 Knights of Blood Oath members stood on both sides of the door with spears in their hands. They looked straight ahead as if they were soldiers guarding the city gates. They were very stylish, but they did not chase away unrelated people like they usually did. Instead, they ignored the players who came here and allowed them to enter freely without stopping them at all. They knew that the players who came here today were all invited by their leader, Heathcliff, to participate in the strategy meeting on the 100th floor. Even the weakest of the players here was stronger than them. They were simply sent here to guard the entrance, so they couldn't even hope to compete with them. However, they didn't show any signs of inferiority. Instead, they puffed out their chests and looked proud. So what if they're the gatekeepers? Knights of the Blood is the strongest guild in SAO, and all the players who were invited to this place were summoned by their leader. Even the most important strategy meeting for the 100th floor was held in their headquarters. How could they not be proud of this? If they knew that the guild leader they were so proud of was actually the culprit that caused them to be trapped in this world for 3 years, who knew if they would still be so proud of themselves? Of course, they didn't have to wait until Heathcliff's real identity was revealed. They couldn't maintain that proud look forever because of one person. Hey! One of the gatekeepers saw something and his eyes popped out. He couldn't believe what he saw. He patted his companion's shoulder and pointed his trembling finger in a certain direction. Is that Asuna-sama? As soon as the name, Asuna, entered the other player's ears, his face fell. He immediately looked in the direction the player was pointing at. Following that, his expression became absent-minded. Seeing this scene, Wu Yan and Asuna looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They continued to walk forward until they reached the entrance. The 2 gatekeepers finally came back to their senses. Asuna-sama. The 2 of them shouted excitedly. You're finally back. Asuna smiled awkwardly and shook her head. I just accepted the invitation. I didn't mean to come back. How did this happen? The 2 gatekeepers didn't even try to hide their disappointment. They lowered their heads as if they just heard bad news. Asuna's smile became even wider. Wu Yan's eyebrows twitched. He knew that Asuna's popularity in Knights of the Blood was comparable to a superstar, but he didn't think that after a year, there would still be people who had the same expectations. Did he really marry an incredible person? Asuna wasn't the only one. Mikoto was the princess of Tokuwadai, Shokuhu Misaki was the queen of Tokuwadai, and Chuju was the most popular girl in White Emperor College. All of them were as popular as Asuna in the Knights of the Blood Oath. Although the other girls weren't as eye-catching, they weren't inferior to Asuna in terms of appearance and excellence. And now, all of these young girls were gathered around him. For the nth time, Wu Yen felt like he didn't know how lucky he was. In his past life, he must have smashed a lot of wooden fish, he must have given a lot of recommendation votes to be able to cultivate such good fortune. Asuna-sama, the leader is waiting for you in the meeting room. The two gatekeepers said. Do you need us to show you the way? Both Wu Yen and Asuna's mouth twitched when they heard this. Heathcliff was waiting for all the invited players, but the gatekeepers made it sound like he was waiting for Asuna alone. They didn't even show anyone the way. Are they trying to please her? Wu Yen shook his head. He stepped forward and he told Asuna. Let's get out of here. Asuna nodded and looked at the two gatekeepers. We can go by ourselves. The two gatekeepers finally noticed Wu Yan's presence. Just like the rest of the crowd, they forgot that Asuna is already married to this man. Rather than saying that they had forgotten, it was better to say that they had all subconsciously chosen to forget. After all, who would want the object of their longing to become the object of another man's arms? The two gatekeepers glared at Wu Yen with hostility. Just as they were about to say something, one of the gatekeepers remembered something and pulled the other to the side, allowing Wu Yen and Asuna to enter the HQ. What are you doing? The gatekeeper grumbled. Why did you pull me back? I wanted to teach that ungrateful bastard a lesson. You can try if you don't want to live. The gatekeeper grumbled. Don't tell me you've forgotten who Asuna's husband is. The gatekeeper's face turned pale when he remembered, but he still forced himself to say. So what? This is the circle, even if it's the circle. The other gatekeeper rudely interrupted him. Have you forgotten what happened a year ago when someone from our guild tried to give him a hard time? The gatekeeper gulped and turned his head away. He didn't want to talk about it again. A year ago, more than 20 guild members tried to give Wu Yen a hard time because of Asuna-sama. They were all taken down at the entrance of the Elven Swordsman. That incident became a big deal in Knights of the Blood Oath. Wu Yen and Asuna won't know what the two gatekeepers are talking about. The two walked through the corridors of the castle. It's not Wu Yan's first time here, and Asuna used to be the vice leader here. She has lived here for 2 years, so she's very familiar with the Knights of the Blood's HQ. Under the watchful eyes of the surrounding players, they walked towards the meeting room. During this period of time, Asuna was still the focus of everyone's attention. Her return after a year made her fans very excited. The members of the Knights of the Blood even started shouting, Asuna-sama is back. It was as if Asuna had run away from home, causing the two of them to feel very depressed. As they got closer to the meeting room, the number of players around them started to dwindle. Only the invited players are still following Wu Yen and Yao Si. Even though they're still looking at them, at least they're not gossiping anymore. This made them feel a lot more relaxed. Finally, the door of the conference room appeared in front of them. The scene inside the door also appeared in front of their eyes. It wasn't until the two of them walked in that the entire scene was imprinted into their eyes. It's still the same room with glass walls, but this time, it's not just a single desk. Instead, it's a circle of tables. Famous players, guild leaders, and party leaders are sitting in the middle of the room. Beside them are Kirito, Klein, Suda, and Agile. Wu Yen and Asuna's appearance instantly became the center of attention. Heathcliff smiled faintly and looked at Asuna. Long time no see, Asuna. I'm very happy that you were invited here. Asuna nodded and said, Long time no see, Commander Heathcliff. Take a seat. Wu Yen and Asuna looked at each other and sat down next to Kirito and the others. Heathcliff glanced around. It seems like most of the people are here. Well then, let's get started. the last floor strategy meeting. Chapter 757. All the players in the room were stunned by Heathcliff's words. Then, an inevitable uproar broke out in the conference room. The last floor strategy meeting. Kirito was the first to raise his question. I don't understand what you mean, Commander Heathcliff, let alone Kirito. None of the players understood what Heathcliff meant. Wu Yan, Asuna, and Suda knew what Heathcliff meant. Klein and Suda probably knew what Heathcliff meant. Their expressions didn't change at all, they just sat there quietly. Raiding a floor wasn't as simple as heading to the labyrinth area, finding the Guardian Boss's room, and killing the Guardian Boss. If players wanted to challenge the Guardian Boss and clear the floor, they had to consider many issues. For example, the opening of the town on the floor, the exploration of the map between the town and the labyrinth area, the completion of certain quests in the labyrinth area, the exploration of unknown areas, and so on. These are all problems that must be solved in order to clear a floor. That's why, in general, the clearers need to gather together to discuss every small detail of the floor clearer strategy. This is the so-called floor clearer strategy meeting. Due to such a problem, even some of the easier floors required at least 10 strategy meetings to be held before the final boss strategy meeting was held. Of the last 2 floors of Aincrad, the 99th floor had only been cleared a day or 2 ago, and the 100th floor was still being explored. The details of the new map were still being explored. The monsters' levels, skills, and attack patterns haven't been confirmed yet Heathcliff said something like, the last floor strategy meeting. How can this not be surprising? Kirito's question was the same as everyone else's. If it weren't for Heathcliff's confident expression, they would have thought that this gathering was just a joke. Heathcliff seemed to have predicted everyone's reaction. He leaned forward slightly, crossed his fingers, and supported his chin with the back of his hand. He was like a doctor who was announcing the life and death of a patient, causing the faint clamor of the players in the crowd to gradually die down. I know you're all wondering why I said something like that. But please believe your ears, you didn't hear wrong. Heathcliff repeated in a calm tone. After clearing the 99th floor, Knights of the Blood, Moonlit Black Cats, and Furinkazan immediately sent out an exploration team to the 100th floor to gather information. After all, it was the last floor, and at this time, even our clearers couldn't do anything about it. Even the clearers couldn't wait to clear the floor as soon as possible. Everyone nodded in agreement. Only Wu Yan snorted in his mind. Heathcliff was the only one who said something like that. Heathcliff was the only one who said something like that. But seeing how serious Heathcliff was, Wu Yan couldn't help but sigh. Perhaps the only one who could truly love this world is Heathcliff, the creator of this world, Kayaba Akihiko. Look at him now. It's obvious that he's completely immersed himself in the role of Heathcliff, not Kayaba Akihiko. Perhaps the reason he transformed into Heathcliff wasn't just to observe the current state of the players in SAO up close, but also to enjoy the game he created. Heathcliff's explanation made everyone present finally understand why there was such an opening remark. The following is the information from the scouting parties of the 3 guilds that entered the 100th floor. Heathcliff looked around. Then he said something that surprised everyone. There are no wild areas, no monsters, and no labyrinths on the 100th floor of Aincrad. There's only one city on the 100th floor. WH. What? Everyone was stunned on the spot, but those who were quick-witted instantly thought of a possibility. The layout of Aincrad gradually decreased as the number of floors increased. There were only 4 towns on the 99th floor, and it only took them 1 or 2 days to explore the wilderness. It was understandable that the 100th floor, which was even smaller than the 99th floor, only had 1 town. But there's no wild areas, no monsters, no labyrinths. If there's no wild areas, no monsters, no labyrinths, and only 1 city. Kirito frowned and looked at Heathcliff. Then, where is the final boss of the stage? Everyone held their breaths, and Heathcliff glanced at Kirito indifferently. "That's what I'm about to say," Heathcliff stood up and slowly said in front of everyone. "The 100th floor of Aincrad is a single city. There are many NPCs living in the city. The hotels, restaurants, and buildings are exactly the same as the other floors. At the center of the city, there's a palace." Heathcliff raised his head. His eyes flickered with an indecipherable expression as he spoke word by word. "Red Jade Palace." Everyone started whispering among themselves. Wu Yen, who has been listening to Heathcliff, suddenly spoke. "The final boss is in the Red Jade Palace, right?" The entire meeting room went silent. Like a duck being choked by its throat, no one dared to say a word. They all turned their gazes towards Wu Yen. "He's the strongest player in SAO." Heathcliff looked at Wu Yen for a long time before he nodded. "That's right. There's not a single monster on the 100th floor. The only monster is in the Red Jade Palace. In other words, our last enemy is the final boss." At this moment, everyone finally understood what Heathcliff meant when he said the final floor strategy meeting. There's only one boss on the 100th floor of Aincrad. They don't need to explore the wilderness, trigger quests, or explore unknown areas in the labyrinth. They just need to go to the Red Jade Palace and challenge the final boss. Victory. They will be liberated. Failure. All players will fall into the abyss forever. A heavy atmosphere spread in the air, causing every player to lower their head and ponder on the spot. Knowing that their last enemy was the true boss of the Red Jade Palace, no one was happy at all. Instead, they felt their hearts sink. The players here can be said to be the best players in the entire SAO. All of them. If they were to challenge the final boss, it would be fine if they won. Liberation was everyone's dream. However, if they failed, no one would be able to bear the consequences. If they lose the strongest players, who knows when the next batch of players will be able to challenge the final boss? If they have to form a bigger and stronger team, how long will that take? Moreover, no one is willing to sacrifice themselves, but the consequence of failure is total annihilation. While everyone was silent, Heathcliff knocked on the table. His voice was loud and clear, as if it echoed in everyone's heart. "Tomorrow, it's time for everyone to challenge the final boss. Please be prepared and gather at the 100th floor's teleport gate." Heathcliff couldn't help but shift his gaze to Wu Yen, and Wu Yen also happened to look at him. The two looked at each other for a while, then turned their heads away as if nothing happened. Tomorrow, everything will be decided. Chapter 758. Aincrad, 22nd floor. The moonlight of the night covered the forest with a layer of silver gauze. The lake in the distance reflected a little bit of light during the turbulence. The mountain and the flowing water followed their mission since they were born. One quietly guarded the place without a trace of fluctuation, the other followed the fixed path slowly, without a trace of depression. The tranquil night became even more profound with this movement and silence. Even though the two scenes that could not be any more ordinary were confirming each other's existence, and even their way of survival were different, they still brought unimaginable peace. It was believed that even the most impatient person would be involuntarily lost in such a scene, and enjoy the sudden silence. The wooden villa's balcony slowly opened. Wu Yen walked out of the dark living room and walked up to the wooden fence. He placed his hands on the fence and stared at the scenery in front of him. He has the same feeling that only Asuna had in the past. Is this world really an imaginary one? The vast forest is like a painting in front of him. The mountains and the flowing water complemented each other. The lake is calm at times and ripples at other times. The wind blew through the forest, the mountains, the flowing water, the lake, and Wu Yen who is standing on the balcony. If everything in front of him was taken apart one by one, it would be no different from the forests, lakes, mountains, and rivers in the real world. Only when they were combined together and turned into a beautiful fairyland-like scenery would it be able to make people lose themselves in a dreamlike illusion, right? After all, this is the real world. It's hard to find such a beautiful scene. It's no wonder Wu Yan had this thought when he was feeling melancholy. He looked up at the beautiful night sky that can only be seen in dreams. The intertwining galaxy illuminates the darkness. However, one could clearly see every little star inside. They were emitting their own faint light. They were shining with their own brilliance, but when combined together, they could also illuminate the darkness that enveloped them, making it impossible for people to ignore them. Tomorrow, this beautiful world will also disappear when the final boss standing in the Red Jade Palace falls, right? As for Sao, in the past, Wu Yan only treated it as a game. He didn't think too much about it. He didn't feel fear, despair, or disgust like other players. He has power that no one in this world can compare to. He logged into the game without any pressure. He has the body of a true ancestor and he won't die. It's thanks to the system that he came to this world. He didn't have the helmet or the pressure of death. To Wu Yan, this world is nothing more than a game. Even after he met Asuna, Yui, Kirito, Sachi, Silica, and the others, he didn't change his mind. It's just a game that evolved into a platform. He got to know Asuna and the others, but he didn't feel the pressure of death that other players should feel. While the other players hated, feared, and loathed this world, Wu Yan is sizing it up. He's thinking about how much fun this world can bring him. That's all he's thinking about. After living in Sao for 3 years, Wu Yan got used to living in this world. Although he didn't forget about the real world like other players, he didn't want to let this world disappear. Thinking back to the past, when he didn't have the system, as an otaku, he had fantasized more than once that he could play a game just like in reality. Even if he could experience it himself, he would be satisfied. Now, his dream had been realized. In a way, he had to thank the system and Kayaba Akihiko. And that wasn't the only reason. There were many places in this world that left him with beautiful memories. His home on the 22nd floor, the garden of flowers on the 47th floor where he had his wedding with Asuna, and Asuna's original home on the 61st floor. These places were undoubtedly beautiful. Wu Yan didn't want Sao to disappear from the world due to the crimes committed by Kayaba Akihiko. He didn't want Sao to disappear along with Kayaba Akihiko. He wants to leave everything here behind. While Wu Yan was lost in his thoughts, he heard light footsteps behind him. He didn't turn around because he knew who it was. A pair of soft and slender hands reached out from behind him and wrapped around his waist. At the same time, an incomparably soft and delicate body slowly squeezed onto his back, accompanied by a familiar fragrance and warmth. What's wrong? Wu Yan wrapped his hand around Asuna's waist. Why aren't you sleeping yet? I can't sleep, Asuna said softly. She rubbed her face against Wu Yan's back. I feel a bit lonely without your company. You're an adult, do you still need someone to sleep with you? Wu Yan laughed. Where's Yui? Yui, she's asleep, I see. Wu Yan pondered for a moment. Don't you feel uneasy? Yui. Tomorrow, Sao will be cleared completely. All the players will be logged out of this world, including Wu Yan and Asuna. Yui is the AI in Sao. For Yui, the imaginary world in other people's eyes is her home. Once they leave, perhaps Yui will be the only one left in this world. She'll be living alone here. No, based on the nature of Sao, it's more likely that it'll disappear into history. Humans won't allow such an evil world to continue existing. When that happens, Yui will disappear along with Sao. Asuna understood what Wu Yan meant. She shook her head and said in an ethereal voice. Yui said that Daddy has a way, that girl. Wu Yan smiled fondly. Fortunately, I have a way. If I let her down, I'll be a sinner. Asuna let go of her hand and walked to Wu Yan. She faced him and wrapped her arms around his neck. She looked at his face and gradually lost herself. I've always trusted you, whether it's Yui or me. Wu Yan rubbed Asuna's head and rested his chin on her head. Although he didn't say anything, his actions were firm. Asuna's heart was filled with trust. Her uneasiness about tomorrow slowly dissipated. Nah. Asuna squeezed herself into Wu Yan's embrace. Tomorrow, we'll succeed, right? Of course. Wu Yan said in a serious tone. I will end everything and bring you back to the other world. Then, we'll meet again. Yui and I will be together. We'll be a family, no one will be left behind. Asuna's eyes teared up. Hope flashed through her eyes. Meet you in the real world. I'm looking forward to it. Wu Yan's face softened. He lowered his head. Please look forward to it. Asuna giggled and snuggled into Wu Yan's embrace. Wu Yan hugged Asuna back. They didn't say anything. They quietly felt each other's presence. It's as if they could hear each other's thoughts. There are two bodies, but their minds are fused together. There's no difference. Wu Yan has always felt this sensation of spiritual fusion. For example, when he fused his life force with the girls in Silveria, he felt this way. Strangely, Asuna didn't fuse with him, but he still felt this way. It's unbelievable. Tomorrow, after a while, Asuna's voice echoed in the air. Nothing must happen to you, Wu Yan smiled. I'll be fine, and I won't let anything happen to you. We've made a promise. Yeah, we've made a promise. Chapter 759. Aincrad, 55th floor. Wu Yan and Asuna held Yui's hand as they walked over to Sachi. They handed Yui's hand over to her. Sachi, please take care of Yui for a while. Sachi nodded and hugged Yui. She said softly, don't worry, brother. Yui and I will be here waiting for your news. It has to be good news. Cheyenne gestured with her little fist. If it's bad news, I'll hate you for the rest of my life. Don't worry. Wu Yan smiled as he ruffled Cheyenne's hair into a bird's nest. It won't take long, Wu Yan Oniai-san. Silica clenched her teeth as she hugged Pina tightly. She stared at Wu Yan, Asuna, Kirito, Suta, Klein, and Agile. She held back her tears and shouted. You have to do your best. You have to be safe. Wu Yan and the others looked at each other and smiled. They didn't say anything as they nodded at Silica with determination. Liz, Sachi, Cheyenne, and Silica felt their hearts ache as they watched the six of them standing in a row. There's nothing more torturous than having to sit at home and wait for news while the people around you risked their lives. Liz walked up to Kirito and helped him fix his collar. It's rare for her to be so gentle. We said we'll meet again in the real world. If you go back on your words, I'll chase after you and beat you up. Kirito trembled when he heard Liz's words. Kirito couldn't help but tremble. His dark pupils suddenly sharpened. He can't lose, even if it's for Liz's sake. Daddy. Mommy. Yui held Wu Yan and Asuna's hands and placed them on her cheeks. With her eyes closed, a serene expression appeared on her face. I'll wait for the day we meet again. Ah. Wu Yan and Asuna squatted down and hugged Yui. We'll see each other again. Onie-san. Sachi couldn't help but throw herself into Wu Yan's arms. Silica couldn't help but throw herself into his arms as well. Even Cheyenne threw herself into Asuna's arms. You have to live well, don't let anything happen to you, Sachi. Silica. Wu Yan rubbed Sachi and Silica's head. He said softly. I'm sorry. You call me Onie-san, but I've never done my duty, that's not it. Silica shook her head. If it wasn't for Oni-san, Pina would have died in that forest. I also died in that forest. If it wasn't for Brother Wu Yen, I wouldn't have known everyone. I would have continued to live a life of fear in the lower floors. It was Brother Wu Yen who saved me. I'm Brother S. His brother says. Me too. Sachi raised her head. I'm a coward. I've been hiding in the town of beginnings ever since the game started. Even though I forced myself to stay with the guild master and the others, I was still scared every night. I was scared that I'd die. At this time, Big Brother appeared. Sachi revealed a beautiful smile and said, "You defeated the final boss by yourself and became the strongest existence in the world. Not only did you help us when we were in trouble, you even gave us items that you didn't need to use. I know that Big Brother has always cared about us. It's because of Oni-san that I was able to help the guild master and the others. I didn't lose my usefulness, and I didn't have to go to the battlefield. I've been living under Oni-san's wing, so, Oni-san. You're my idol. My idol for life." Sachi shouted with unprecedented boldness. "Oni-san, you've always been the strongest. You won't be defeated by a monster created by a program. I believe in you too. I believe in you too." Cheyenne, who was hugging Asuna, couldn't help but shout. If it wasn't for Yen, I wouldn't have dared to leave the town of beginnings, and I wouldn't have been able to find a place like this. Everyone took me in, and we'll all return to the real world together. When that time comes, I'll repay everyone. Cheyenne's words made everyone laugh out loud. The painful atmosphere suddenly turned for the better. Wu Yen walked in front of everyone and nodded as he announced in a clear voice. "Everyone. We'll make it. We'll make it." Asuna, Kirito, Liz, Sachi, Cheyenne, Silica, Suda, Klein, Agile, and Yui all shouted at the top of their lungs. Their voices reverberated far, far away. Aincrad, 100th floor. The 100th floor is a hole, there's no wilderness area, no labyrinth area, and no leveling area. There's only a large city that covers the entire 100th floor. After passing the 99th floor, almost every player would come here to take a look because they wanted to know what the final floor was like. At the same time, they also wanted to tell others that they, too, walked to the end and lived to the end. By now, almost every player in Aincrad knew that there were no monsters on the 100th floor. There was only one monster in the Crimson Palace at the center of the city. The final boss. After defeating it, the players will be truly liberated. The Red Jade Palace will be the final floor that baffles all players. Not only that, but the players who were usually active on other floors and could not participate in this raid also came to the Teleportation Gate Plaza on the 100th floor. They consciously walked to the side and did not join the top players. Instead, they set up stalls around the Teleportation Gate Plaza. They took out all the items they have in their inventory and gave them to the top players who need them for free. After the boss is killed and they leave this world, these items won't be of much use to them. If they can use them to increase their chances of winning, why not? Of course, the value of these items depends on the success of the raid. If they fail this time, they'll have a hard time in the future. They might not even have enough money to eat. That's why they're staking it all on this. There were also selfish people. Even if they hoped to clear the dungeon, they didn't dare to give away all their wealth unconditionally. These people hid in other floors, praying in their hearts that they could clear the dungeon. At the same time, they were also mocking the players who offered unconditional help. They were laughing at their foolish actions, but they didn't know how ugly their smiling faces were at that moment. The top players didn't reject the good intentions of the players who came to help for free. After receiving the items in their hands, the top players gave them a hug and told them that they'll definitely make use of these items to their fullest potential. For a while, the teleport gate plaza of Aincrad's 100th floor was filled with touching scenes. Some players gave their best wishes to the top players while others cried and asked them to come back safely. This is unthinkable in SAO where there are only negative emotions. The tear-inducing scene made the top players who were about to enter the Red Jade Palace even more resolute. They were all shouting in their hearts, "We'll succeed." Chapter 760. Wu Yan, Asuna, Kirito, Suda, Klein, and Agile also arrived at the 100th floor's teleport plaza. They looked at each other and they couldn't help but laugh out loud when they saw the touching scene. Everyone cheered when they saw the 6 of them. They are all famous players. Wu Yan, the strongest player in the game, Asuna, the black swordsman, Kirito, the leader of Moonlit Black Cats, Suda, and Klein, the leader of Furinkazan. Agile is the only one who doesn't have a title. However, some of the players know that this black-hearted businessman has been using the money he earned to nurture the clearers. Isn't that enough for him to earn everyone's respect? That's why even though Agile doesn't have a title, his reputation is no less than any of the players here. Coupled with the strength of the 6 of them, there was no doubt that they would become the main force in this final boss battle. They were also the ones who could rely on them. This is really... Agile walked down from the platform as he listened to the cheers around him. He touched his bald head embarrassedly. "This is the first time I've been treated like this. Who told you to be so black-hearted?" Klein laughed and puffed out his chest. "Look at me, I've been treated like this all my life. Too bad there's not a single girl in this treatment," Kirito said maliciously. Klein's hair stood on end. "You bastard, will you die if you don't talk about girls for a day?" "I can't help it." Suda also cracked a joke. "Well, you're the only one who's single among us." Wu Yan didn't say anything. He wrapped his arm around Asuna's waist, and a smug look appeared on his expressionless face. Like a sharp arrow, it pierced through Klein's fragile heart. If it wasn't for the fact that they're in public, he would have done the same thing again. Amidst the cheers and cheers, the 6 of them joked around as if there was no one else around. The atmosphere was turning more and more joyful. Those who didn't know would think that they were going on a trip instead of risking their lives. As the clearers from yesterday's strategy meeting arrived one by one, more and more people gathered at the teleport gate plaza. This is after excluding the clearers who aren't strong enough to fight. Otherwise, the clearers alone would have been enough to cause such a scene. However, when all the players who are heading to Red Jade Palace arrived, the Knights of Red Jade Palace still haven't arrived. The members of the Knights of the Blood Oath had yet to arrive. Now, they were the only ones missing, and all the members for this raid had arrived. "Heathcliff, what the hell is he doing?" Klein rubbed his messy hair in annoyance. He shouted in dissatisfaction, "Today is the final battle, and the clearers are the first to be late." "Did something happen?" Kirito said with a frown. Even though Kirito subconsciously hated Heathcliff, he couldn't help but feel that Heathcliff's calm expression and eyes contained something he didn't like. However, he knew that Heathcliff wasn't someone who didn't know what was important. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the leader of the strongest guild. "Do you want to send him an email?" Agile looked at Keita who was beside him. "At least give him a push." "I already did." Suda smiled bitterly and opened his profile. "I even sent it to the higher-ups of Knights of the Blood, but I didn't get a reply." Asuna had a bad feeling when she heard Suda's words. She hugged Wu Yan's arm and she asked him with a worried expression. "Did something happen to him?" "When I was still in the clearers, our leader didn't show any signs of abnormality." Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and patted Asuna's hand. When he was about to say something, a light flashed on the teleportation platform and the members of Knights of the Blood finally appeared. However, they didn't feel relieved at all. Because Heathcliff was nowhere to be seen. "What the hell is going on?" Klein was the first to ask. Where's your leader? The few Knights of Blood Oath's members looked at each other and put on an expression that was even uglier than crying. We don't know either, everyone was shocked. Klein even violently grabbed a person's collar. What do you mean you don't know? You don't even know your leader, do you think he's missing? We really don't know. Another member of Knights of the Blood quickly stepped forward. Leader hasn't appeared since this morning. We can't find him anywhere. He didn't even reply to our emails. The guild is in a mess. What's going on? Suda frowned. Don't tell me Heathcliff isn't going to participate in this raid. He didn't run away, did he? Agile looked at the members of the Knights of the Blood Oath with an unfriendly gaze. What he said immediately angered them. You bastard, wait. Asuna stepped forward and glared at the members of Knights of the Blood with her chestnut-colored eyes. We're going to fight side by side. Do you want to fight among yourselves? The members of Knights of the Blood quickly lowered their heads in panic. Asuna used to be their vice leader. She had both strength and beauty, and she had a lot of prestige in the guild. Even though she had left the guild, the members of Knights of the Blood still didn't dare to provoke her. Lady Asuna. A member of Knights of the Blood spoke to Asuna. Leader isn't here. What do you think we should do? Asuna said awkwardly. I've left the guild. I'm no longer your vice leader. You should decide for yourselves, but... The members of Knights of the Blood looked at each other again, not knowing what to do. Without a leader, they didn't know what to do in this raid. It was not just the Knights of Blood Oath who were talking about it. The top-class players who came to raid the dungeon were also talking about it. In the end, the person in charge who gathered everyone to raid the dungeon did not appear, and it had to be said that this caught everyone off guard. Wu Yen suddenly spoke. We don't need to wait for Heathcliff. Let's go. Whoa. Everyone was stunned. Are we really not going to wait for him? Kirito said hesitantly. Heathcliff is the person in charge of this raid. He's only slightly weaker than you. He has a unique skill called Sacred Sword. His defense can help us block a lot of fatal attacks, yes. Klein also said, maybe something is holding him back. Wu Yen didn't show anything on his face, but he bitterly smiled in his mind. Should he tell them that Heathcliff is Kaiba Akihiko, the final boss of Red Jade Palace? Once these words were spoken, the Knights of the Blood Oath would probably turn hostile, not to mention the others. Wu Yen continued. Heathcliff isn't someone who's all talk and no action. If he didn't show up after organizing this raid, I'm sure he won't show up again. There's no point in waiting any longer. Wu Yen glanced at everyone. Even if I'm alone, I'll still go to Red Jade Palace. Wu Yen ignored the reactions of the others and he walked towards the center of the city. Asuna quickly followed after him. Kirito and the others exchanged glances before following after Wu Yen. The others exchanged glances with each other before they followed after Wu Yen and the others as well. Wu Yen is the strongest player in the game. It's worth following him. Chapter 761. Red Jade Palace. It's a large palace that's entirely red in color. It's located at the center of the 100th floor of Aincrad. It's also the highest point in the city. Even from the farthest point of the Red Jade Palace, one can still see the top of the palace. It's like a clock tower that extends all the way up to the clouds. If a player were to walk in the infinite sky outside of Aincrad, they would see a long needle at the top of the floating city. That's the top of the Red Jade Palace. The bright red color did not reflect any other luster under the sunlight. The layout that shook people's nerves was so out of place with the surrounding buildings. It was like a proud and aloof giant that disdained to be associated with other things. It was like a palace that wanted to break through the sky and soar into the sky. It brought a different kind of shock to people, standing in front of the red jade palace and looking at this bright red object that seemed to belong to a god. Everyone was shocked. They couldn't help but look over, but they couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. They remained silent. Even though their hearts were as high as the sky, no one present could come up with a single word to express their inner feelings. There were stone stairs in the labyrinth area that were even higher than the red jade palace. Most of the players present had seen castles and fortresses that were even more majestic than the one before them. However, none of those existences could compare to the red jade palace in front of them. They could not help but be stunned. It's not that they're overthinking it, nor is it because they know there's a final boss inside. It's just that they can't ignore the bright red color that fills their eyes. Looking at the bright red palace, they can almost see the existence inside laughing at them, showing off something. It's like they're small and insignificant. After arriving here, all the top players stood still for more than 10 minutes. During this time, no one could say a word, phew, until a certain moment, Wu Yan, who was standing in front of everyone, finally recovered. He let out a long sigh as if he's venting all the shock in his heart. There's a hint of bitterness on his face. Kayaba Akihiko must have done this on purpose. A bright red palace is more intimidating than a palace made of gold. Kirito nodded solemnly and said, if his goal was to lower the morale of the players, then he succeeded. Indeed, the bright red color of the red jade palace was too shocking. The players who were full of vigor and confidence to challenge the red jade palace a moment ago, had their morale and drive dispelled by the sight of the building in front of them. There's no doubt that if they fight in this situation, as long as the gap isn't too big, there's a 100% chance they'll be wiped out. However, Wu Yan didn't take it too seriously. He glanced at the players' dumbfounded expressions and pursed his lips. He then walked towards the entrance that doesn't have a door, because he knew that this battle was very likely not going to be fought in a roundabout way. Under Wu Yan's lead, the players started to react and followed him into the bright red palace. However, some of the players who haven't recovered from the shock of seeing the red jade palace already had their weapons in their hands. Kirito and the others couldn't help but shake their heads when they saw this. They haven't even started the battle yet and they're already so tense. They'll only waste their energy and stamina. When it's time to fight, their combat strength and stamina will decrease. These people aren't mentally strong enough. Seeing this, Kirito, Suda, Klein, and Agile couldn't help but feel puzzled. They didn't understand what Heathcliff was thinking. Why would he gather so many players together? Wouldn't this only drag a lot of people down? This was a question that no one could answer. Perhaps only Heathcliff himself knew the answer to. The interior of the red jade palace was also red in color. It was very spacious inside. From the outside, one could see how big the red jade palace was. Even the walls and ceilings on both sides looked very far away. The floor was covered with a large red carpet that dyed red. Everything in sight was also red. In front of them, far above them, there's a door that's darker than the rest. The reason why it was said to be directly in front of them was because the floor was not flat. Instead, it was curved like an uphill road that gradually extended upwards. Walking on the uphill road, people felt as if they were walking towards heaven, causing the atmosphere in the crowd to become even more tense. Many people could not help but pull out their weapons, their hands turning pale from holding them so tightly that they turned pale. After walking in this atmosphere for about half an hour, everyone was finally standing in front of the door. The final boss is inside. Kirito took a deep breath and stared at the door. The final stage is right in front of us. Klein clenched his fist and said with a serious expression. As long as we make it through, we'll succeed. Suda looked up and panted. Defeat the guy inside and we'll be free. Agile grinned, laughing. Asuna stroked the rapier on her waist and looked at Wu Yan. She reached out and squeezed her hand into Wu Yan's. Wu Yan looked at Asuna. Looking at her chestnut-colored eyes filled with tenderness, he felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He tightened his grip on her soft hands and he spoke in a soft yet firm voice. "Trust me, I'll bring you back to the real world." Asuna smiled. It was a beautiful smile. She ignored everyone's gazes and leaned into Wu Yan's embrace. "I trust you, but you can't forget our promise." Wu Yan smiled and nodded. He looked forward and closed his eyes. When he opened them again, a cold light flashed in his red eyes. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he stepped forward, reached out, placed his hand on the door, and gave it a hard push. Ugh! The dull sound of the door being pushed open was infinitely long, ringing in everyone's ears like a signal. Everyone's face tensed up, and in a series of clanking sounds, they pulled out their weapons in unison and aimed in the direction of the door. Some people used their hands to draw a cross in front of themselves, and their mouths muttered something, as if they were asking for someone's prayer. Unfortunately, in this world, there was no God, no Jesus. The only God was the Creator who was about to appear in front of everyone. Other than Wu Yan, who had his head lowered so his expression couldn't be seen, the rest of the players who had a resolute look on their faces all had their expressions changed. Their gazes all froze on the spot. At the forefront of everyone's gazes, a figure sat upright on a throne on top of a flight of stairs. One of his hands was on his knees, while the other was on top of a cross shield that was erected on the ground. His red knight's robe fluttered in the absence of wind, and his platinum-colored ponytail danced along with it. He looked just like a king. Everyone's mind was in a mess, and they didn't know why the red figure was there. No one said a word. The Knights of the Blood, Asuna, and the others were still staring at him. Their eyes were filled with confusion. At this moment, on the throne, the red figure slowly raised her head and looked at everyone in front of her. Only when her face was facing everyone did her tightly shut eyes open with a deep breath. A smile hung at the corner of his mouth as his voice softly reverberated in the air. "Welcome to my red jade palace." Chapter 762. Sea Commander, Asuna and the Knights of the Blood gasped for air as they stared at the red figure sitting on the throne. They still haven't recovered from the shock. "You bastard!" Klein shouted furiously, pointing at Heathcliff. "Why are you here? Where's the final boss?" Kirito had a bad feeling. He stared at Heathcliff, waiting for an explanation. But all he got was a calm laugh. Kirito's face turned even uglier when he heard Heathcliff's laughter. Heathcliff stood up from his throne. He didn't bring his shield with him. Instead, he looked at the confused faces of the people around him. Then, he looked at the expressionless Wu Yan. "Yen Jun." Heathcliff's lips curled into a smile. It seemed like he was pondering over something else. "You don't look too surprised." "No, you're wrong." Wu Yan smiled and shrugged. He ignored the Knights of the Blood and looked at Heathcliff. "I was surprised when I heard you weren't here." "Oh." Heathcliff raised an eyebrow and narrowed his eyes. "But you don't look surprised at all." "I'm fine, I guess." Wu Yan slowly approached her under Asuna's nervous gaze. "If even I'm surprised, who's going to beat you?" The Knights of the Blood were shocked. Heathcliff, on the other hand, laughed. He chuckled softly, and then laughed loudly. "Yen Kuan, you're no ordinary person." Finished. Heathcliff grabbed his cross shield and stepped down from the throne. He walked towards Wu Yan and said, "Since the first time I met you, I had a feeling, in the end, the one who came to the Red Jade Palace on the top floor of Aincrad and stood in front of me must be you." "Oh. I didn't expect you to think so highly of me." Wu Yan flicked his coat. He stopped 5 meters away from Heathcliff and stared straight at the red figure. "But my first impression of you isn't that good." Heathcliff turned his head away and didn't look at Wu Yan anymore. Instead, he looked at the players who had yet to react and said with a smile, I haven't congratulated you guys yet. Everyone, congratulations on reaching the top. Heathcliff. Kirito stared at Heathcliff with an unprecedentedly serious expression. What do you mean by that? What do you mean by, welcome to my Red Jade Palace? What? Is it that hard to understand? Heathcliff sneered. Indeed, the man who used to fight side by side with you suddenly appeared in front of you in such a manner. You're just as I expected. But, please believe your ears, you didn't mishear me. Heathcliff raised his head abruptly, the faint smile on his face gone. Instead, there was an indescribable sense of seriousness and wickedness. The Red Jade Palace is indeed mine. No, you can't say that. The entire Aincrad is mine. This world is mine. Everything here, including the fake bodies you're using right now, were created by me based on your real bodies scanned by your nerve gear helmet. That one sentence froze the air in the room. Every player, including Kirito and Asuna, had a look of disbelief on their faces. Some of the players couldn't even stand properly and fell to the ground with a dazed look on their faces. Heathcliff's words were very clear. If you can't understand what he's trying to say, you'll have to believe it from the bottom of your heart. In SAO, there's only one person who has the right to say that the entire world belongs to him, and he can even create a fake body for everyone. Is there anyone else other than one person who has the right to say that Aincrad is his? No matter how much they don't want to believe it, Heathcliff is the one who's supposed to be in the Red Jade Palace. Isn't that enough to explain everything? Kirito took a deep breath and said with a bitter voice. You're Kaiba Akihiko. Heathcliff chuckled and shook his head. But before they could breathe a sigh of relief, Heathcliff's cruel words dispelled their last bit of hope. Kirito-kun, it's forbidden to ask about the real world in SAO. I may have created this world, but I still want to follow the rules of this world. So, just call me Heathcliff. Leader. Asuna covered her mouth and took a step back. You really are. Heathcliff didn't answer her question. Instead, he continued. In my original plan, I wanted to reveal my true identity when you reached the 95th floor and wait for you to arrive, but, Heathcliff turned to Wu Yen and his smile disappeared. He said in a serious tone. Yen-kun, your appearance has dissuaded me from my plans. Oh. Is our creator afraid of a player who's easy to toy with? Wu Yen looked at Heathcliff with a faint smile, but Heathcliff shook his head. I just want to observe you from a closer distance for a while. Heathcliff's eyes narrowed. After all, you're the only player who surprised me. I've been wondering why you're so much stronger than other players. Heathcliff shook his head again. In SAO, there's a limit to a player's growth. Even I can't surpass this limit without certain settings. That's why I designed a unique skill. It's the only thing that can make a player stronger than the average player. I gave one of the unique skills, Holy Sword, to myself, and the other unique skill, Dual Blade Stream, to the player with the best reflexes, to appear as the hero of the final crusade against the Demon King. This was my original script. I've always believed that only a player with a unique skill could stand up to me. Heathcliff's tone suddenly turned bitter. But I was wrong, Yen-jun. You are an exception, an existence that has exceeded my expectations. Even if you don't use the two blades in your normal state, you still have the strength to fight against me and even defeat me. You know what? Yen-kun. Heathcliff turned his gaze to Wu Yen. For the first time in my life, I'm not satisfied. As a player with a unique skill, I'm not confident that I can defeat you without using a unique skill, so, Yen-kun. Heathcliff looked around and slammed his shield on the ground. Before the final battle, I want to duel you one-on-one. Wah. Asuna's face turned pale. Yen-kun, Wu Yen raised his hand and stopped Asuna from speaking. He looked at Heathcliff and smiled. Are you serious? Wu Yen narrowed his eyes. From the looks of it, you don't seem to have any intention of using your administrator privileges. Do you think you can win by dueling me as a player? That's true. I don't think there's anyone who can defeat you among the players. Heathcliff said. That's why I won't use my administrator privileges, but I won't fight you as a normal player either. After all, I'm the final boss. I'll adjust my ability points to match the final boss. What do you think? Yen-kun, do you have the confidence to face the final boss alone again? Chapter 763. What do you think? Yen-kun, do you have the confidence to face the final boss alone again? A cold chill spread through the air, causing all the players present to feel an inexplicable chill in their hearts. Their anger towards Kaiba Akihiko was completely suppressed when they heard Heathcliff's words, and they could no longer vent it. They held their breaths. Even though they were panting violently because of the sudden reality, none of them dared to let their breaths carry any sound. Asuna, Kirito, Suda, Klein, and Agile were the ones who were panting the most. They were praying that Wu Yen wouldn't agree to the challenge. It's not like they don't know how strong Wu Yen is. Just like Heathcliff said, there's no player who can match up to him. Wu Yan's strength is way above the rest of the players because the gap between them is just too big. If it was the old Heathcliff who issued the challenge, they would have 100% confidence in Wu Yen. But now, Heathcliff is no longer the old Heathcliff. He may be a player, but he has the ability of the final boss. Wu Yen once fought against Heathcliff. Even though Wu Yen won the battle, Wu Yen admitted that he was able to defeat Heathcliff because his ability was way above Heathcliff's. Even though all his attacks were blocked by Heathcliff, Wu Yen was still able to inflict considerable damage to Heathcliff. If they had the same ability, Wu Yen wouldn't have been able to predict the outcome of the battle. He had extraordinary combat experience and skills. Wu Yen is confident that Heathcliff won't even be able to touch him. However, his attacks won't be able to penetrate Heathcliff's tortoiseshell-like defense. If both of them are equally matched in terms of ability points, they might just end up in a draw. Now, Heathcliff made it clear. His ability value would be adjusted to the level of the final boss, which would undoubtedly far surpass Wu Yan's ability value as a player. In SAO, other than combat skills and sword skills, ability points were everything in a battle. Under such circumstances, could Wu Yen still win? They didn't know. But they knew that it would be very dangerous. Yen. Asuna couldn't hold back her anxiety and shouted desperately, "Don't agree to it." That's right. Kirito stepped forward and glanced at Heathcliff. Since he is the final boss, he should follow the rules of VRMMO and accept challenges from all players. There is no need to fight him alone. Hearing this, Heathcliff's expression didn't change. He just stared at Wu Yen. That's true. According to the rules of the game, the boss should accept the challenge of all players. There's no such thing as a boss that proposes a one-on-one duel. Heathcliff smiled and said, "But Yen-jun, I don't think you'll refuse." Wu Yen pursed his lips helplessly. "Then let me ask you, why do you feel that way?" "It's because of the feeling you give me. You don't feel like a player." Heathcliff didn't mind what he said and continued to stare at Kirito. "You give me the feeling that you're more like an expert. Unlike in the game, even in a death game like SAO, you can see blood, look death in the eye, and even kill people with your bare hands. That's why. You won't refuse my challenge, even if it's a boss. A strong person will never shy away from a challenge." In the Red Jade Palace, Heathcliff's words echoed in everyone's ears like an echo. They fell silent, not knowing what to say because this conversation had long gone beyond their comprehension. Wu Yan's wine-red eyes were a little dazed, then he laughed self-deprecatingly. "Heathcliff, I have to say, you're overestimating me." Heathcliff frowned. He opened his mouth and was about to say something when Wu Yen interrupted him. Wu Yan raised his head and looked at the ceiling. His voice was a little faint. A strong person should not be afraid of any challenge. They should move forward bravely and gradually grasp the essence of power. But I'm not a strong person. Wu Yan closed his eyes. I'm just an ordinary person. Although I have a little bit of power, I don't have the essence of a strong person. I only have power for one reason. To protect the most important people around me. Thinking back, Wu Yan was just an ordinary otaku. After he got the system and came to the Spalier world, he gradually gained power. But he wasn't a strong person. Initially, the reason he wanted to possess power was only so that he could have the means to survive in an unfamiliar world. That was until the appearance of a group of young ladies whose lives were intertwined with his. If he doesn't have power, he won't know who will kill him one day. When that happens, those girls whose lives are intertwined with his will die with him. That's why, until now, Wu Yan only wants power to protect the girls who came to his side, to protect himself. His life doesn't belong to him alone. Yan. Asuna clenched her fists and placed them in front of her chest. Listening to Wu Yan's words echo in her heart, she's completely lost. Asuna had a strong urge to get to know Wu Yan in the real world. She wanted to know what kind of past Wu Yan had in the real world. She wanted to know why Wu Yan was able to move her heart so easily. Kirito and the others were silent as well. At this moment, they suddenly realized that the strongest person in the world, the person who stood in front of them and faced their most terrifying enemy, was actually carrying more burdens than all of them. Heathcliff, on the other hand, smiled. His smile was brighter than ever. I see. No wonder you're so strong. Now I understand why you want to protect someone. People who have this kind of mentality are indeed very strong. If that's the case, Yen-kun. Heathcliff glanced at Asuna before turning back to Wu Yan. Since you're such a person, I'm sure you won't reject my challenge, right? Wu Yan sighed and curled his lips. Why do you still have this kind of mentality? If you want to protect Asuna, the better choice is to join forces with the others and attack you together. That's the best way to win. Unfortunately, I can't answer your question with absolute theory this time. Heathcliff tilted his head and smiled. This time, it's purely my intuition. That's an irresponsible answer. I can't believe you're a researcher. Wu Yan chuckled. Behind him, Wu Yan slowly pulled out the Heaven Gazer. Heathcliff also unsheathed the sword in his cross shield as if he had expected this. Looking at the two of them, how could the others not know what Wu Yan's choice is? Yen. Asuna's palms were sweating. Trust me, Asuna. Wu Yan lowered his head and pulled out the elucidator as well. I will definitely bring you back to the real world. Asuna stared at Wu Yan straight back. After a while, her expression became firm and she nodded. I trust you. Yen. You. Kirito, Sute, Klein, and Agile gave up trying to persuade him. You can't lose. Of course. Wu Yan raised his head in a haughty manner. No matter if it's a player or a boss, I've never lost. Heathcliff changed his usual calm demeanor and laughed out loud. At the same time, a majestic aura of oppression surrounded them. It was as if a storm was brewing. Two figures, one black and one red, suddenly disappeared. Bang! Chapter 765. A gust of wind blew through the area, blowing away all the dust in the middle of the battlefield. Two figures, one black and one red, stood facing each other from a distance. The elf healer descended from the sky and healed Wu Yan's lost HP, then retreated to the back. Heathcliff also glanced at his HP bar, but his expression didn't change much. Although Heathcliff didn't have a tamed monster that could regenerate HP like Wu Yan, he still had 10 HP, compared to Wu Yan, his HP was terrifying. Even if he didn't regenerate HP, the amount of HP he lost was just a drop in the ocean for him. The damaged ground between the two of them had been repaired during this period of time. However, the spectating players didn't feel relaxed at all. Instead, they were still a little nervous. Although some of the buildings in SAO were indestructible, some of them could be damaged to a certain extent in order to increase the realism of the game, but they would be repaired in a short period of time. For example, the boss room on each floor was the ladder. However, it was impossible to destroy these terrains without a certain amount of destructive power. In other words, it was impossible to destroy these terrains without a certain amount of attack power. It was the same in previous battles. Generally, only the gatekeeper bosses with unparalleled attack power could destroy the terrains. But the two of them in front of them caused such a terrifying damage just by the aftermath of their battle. The spectators weren't surprised that Heathcliff could do this because he had the boss's ability, but they didn't expect that Wu Yan could do the same. How could they not be shocked? The one who knew Wu Yan the best was Asuna. The two of them haven't been separated for a year, so they knew each other very well, at least in this world. That's why she wasn't shocked. She just couldn't let go of her worries. Wu Yan seemed to have sensed Asuna's worried gaze. He gripped the two black swords in his hands, pointed them to the ground, and took a step forward. It was a very casual movement. It looked like he was taking a step without any pressure. It looked like he was looking down on Xian. However, Xian's action made Heathcliff's expression change. He immediately crossed his sword and shield in front of his chest. Pang! A slight vibration appeared in the air as soon as Heathcliff finished his action. The black figure seemed to tear through space and rushed in a straight line in front of him. The unadorned black one-handed sword was raised high, and the face and wine-red pupils that entered his sight slashed straight at him. At the edge of the sword, the airflow in the air was fiercely split apart. Boom! Heathcliff blocked the blow with his sword and shield. The sound of the collision was like the sound of a bomb explosion. The powerful force caused Heathcliff's feet to sink a little, and his face twisted slightly. Wu Yan's eyes turned cold. He raised the elucidator in his hand and pointed the sword at Heathcliff. Demon Sword Invasion. As soon as he finished speaking, the sword flashed and Wu Yan stomped on the ground. Elucidator instantly turned into a straight black light. Like a black viper spitting out its forked tongue, it slashed towards the corner of Heathcliff's shield, brushing past the edge and heading straight for his chest. Clang! The two swords collided fiercely, and sparks flew everywhere. It was Heathcliff who blocked Wu Yan's demon sword invasion. There was no need for words. The two figures, one black and one red, each took a step forward, and the sound of the air being torn apart resounded in the red jade palace. Pang! The black figure and the red figure collided again. Sword and shield intertwined, and the tip of the sword met the tip of the sword. Sparks flew everywhere, and it was dazzling to see. Pang 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 pang. Clang! The heaven gazer left a long trail of sparks and deep marks on Heathcliff's face, taking away a little bit of his HP. Heathcliff looked at the approaching black figure and gritted his teeth. Wu Yan's speed, combat experience, and skills were too strong. If he fought with Wu Yan head-on, he would definitely win because he had the boss ability, but if he really fought with Wu Yan, Heathcliff would only be at a disadvantage. Therefore, he could only rely on his familiarity with SAO to block Wu Yan's attacks and look for an opportunity to counterattack. Just as Wu Yan was about to reach him, Heathcliff finally made his move. His body was like a fierce bull in the wind, and he dashed towards Wu Yan. In the blink of an eye, Heathcliff crossed paths with the black figure and slashed his sword horizontally, aiming for Wu Yan's neck. Wu Yan took a deep breath and suddenly stopped. He raised the heaven gazer slightly, and with a clang and some small sparks, Heathcliff's rare opportunity to attack was once again blocked by Wu Yan. Whoosh! With a wave of his arm, the Heaven Gazer smashed towards Heathcliff's back. His red robe was pressed tightly against his skin, and his platinum ponytail fluttered in the wind. Feeling the pressure behind him, Heathcliff frowned and thrust his sword forward. The light longsword left an arc in the air in front of him, and the sharp tip of the sword seemed to have penetrated the air. With a clang, the sword hit the Heaven Gazer. As soon as the two came into contact, the Heaven Gazer's huge sword immediately pressed down on Heathcliff's slender one-handed sword. The sword was pressed down at an angle that shouldn't be possible in this world, as if it was going to break Heathcliff's weapon. Heathcliff's face was filled with surprise. It wasn't that his stamina was not as good as Wu Yan's, but that the Heaven Gazer's sword was stronger than his own, and that was why it was so oppressive. However, this was still a game. Although the long sword was bent at such a dangerous angle, the only thing it consumed was its durability. When the tip of the sword was about to touch Heathcliff's cheek, Heathcliff suddenly exerted force, and the strength of the long sword skyrocketed. Bang! The Heaven Gazer bounced back, and Heathcliff immediately jumped up, raised his shield, and rushed straight into Wu Yan's arms. Bang! The heavy shield slammed into Wu Yan's stomach. The powerful force contained in the shield almost sent Wu Yan flying, and his HP dropped slightly. Even though the pain had been reduced to a minimum because of the game, Wu Yan still felt a little pain. Wu Yan gripped the hilt of the Heaven Gazer tightly and pressed it hard against the shield. His body spun half a circle in the air, and then he smashed down heavily. The Heaven Gazer's blade glowed with a green light. Clang! Wisps of flame twined around the blade and the shield, shining brightly. Wu Yan cursed in his heart, turtle shell. At the same time, the elucidator's blade glowed with a sword skill light. Just when Heathcliff thought that Wu Yan was going to attack him and put his shield in front of the elucidator, Wu Yan turned the sword around, activated a sword skill, and stabbed it into Heathcliff's thigh. Poochie! A red light flashed, but it wasn't the light of a sword skill. It was the light of a blood effect. Ah! Heathcliff looked at his thigh in shock. He did not even care that his HP was dropping rapidly. He thought to himself, I didn't know sword skills could be used like this. At the same time, his expression became as fierce as Wu Yan's, and he swung the long sword in his hand towards Wu Yan's head. Hearing the sound of wind blades cutting through the air above his head, Wu Yan raised the Heaven Gazer in his hand, only to be pushed away by the sound of weapons clashing. Because of the push, Wu Yan's body slowed down slightly. When he was about to attack again, not far from his head, a furious roar suddenly sounded, and Wu Yan's expression changed. Chapter 766. Under the watchful eyes of all the players outside the arena, Heathcliff pointed his sword at Wu Yan. His body fell rapidly from the sky, leaving behind a red blur in the air. The sword pierced through the air, and a light red arc flashed from the tip of the sword like a meteor falling from the sky. Before the sword reached Wu Yan, the wind created by the sword sliced past Wu Yan's body. The sharp wind caused a slight sting on Wu Yan's skin. One could imagine how destructive this sword skill was under Heathcliff's terrifying control. Yen, Asuna, Kirito, and the others gasped when they saw Heathcliff crashing towards Wu Yan while charging up a sword skill with his other hand. Wu Yan could choose to resist Heathcliff's attack, but Heathcliff was hiding behind his shield and couldn't attack him at all. If Wu Yan resisted, he would be stuck in a stalemate with his shield, and Heathcliff would be able to use his sword skill to deal great damage to Wu Yan. But if he chose to retreat, Heathcliff could also use his sword skill to attack Wu Yan while Wu Yan was retreating. No matter what, Wu Yan would have to take Heathcliff's attack. With Heathcliff's current ability, even with the help of a healing fairy, Wu Yan's HP bar would drop to the yellow zone. Damn it! Kirito was the first to lose his patience. He put his hand on the hilt of Shadow Chaser and was ready to rush forward. Asuna and the others also reacted quickly. Just as they were about to rush forward, Wu Yen finally moved. His body, which was floating in the air, spun in a half-circle like a windmill. His hand, which was holding the elucidator, stabbed into the ground with a crack. He borrowed the force and quickly landed on the ground. He then let go of the elucidator in his hand and swung his empty hand horizontally. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Wu Yen swung his hand. 5 tiny streaks of light shot out from his hand and flew towards Heathcliff, who was hiding behind his shield in mid-air and had nowhere to land his attack. What? Heathcliff's expression changed. Those were 5 slender steel nails. Throwing skill. Ding 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 ding, for crisp sounds of impact rang out one after another when the steel nails hit Heathcliff's shield. Heathcliff's expression changed again and again when he saw that the nails did not inflict any damage on him. The steel nails hit his shield. There were only 4 of them. As for the 5th nail, it went straight for his only eye that was exposed outside the shield. At this moment, time in the world seemed to have slowed down countless times. The sharp tip of the steel nail was clearly reflected in Heathcliff's eyes, causing his pupils to slowly shrink to the size of a needle tip. In SAO, throwing items that were shot with throwing skill could cause very little damage, even if some of them had piercing properties. As long as they hit the target, they would stay in the target's body and continuously reduce the target's HP. The same was true for throwing items. Logically speaking, even if Heathcliff's eyes were hit by throwing skill, his HP wouldn't be reduced at all. After all, players were not monsters, and they didn't have weak points to attack. This was also the reason why Wu Yen hit Heathcliff's thigh with his sword. This was also the reason why Heathcliff could deal so much damage. However, Heathcliff wasn't a monster, and having no weak points to attack wasn't a good thing either. If a sharp object were to stab your eyes, how would you react? Subconsciously, your first reaction. You would definitely raise your hand to block it or dodge it. And as a human, Heathcliff faithfully obeyed his instinctive command. Looking at the steel nail that was aimed at his eyes, Heathcliff didn't hesitate to move his shield up to cover his whole face. In the next moment, after a dinged sound, the steel nail's attack was successfully blocked. But at the same time, a burst of Cyan's sword skill light suddenly burst out from Heathcliff's side. Heathcliff's face turned pale. He turned his head and looked at the source of the light. A black figure flashed there, and the green light on the black greatsword in his hand was flashing. Whoosh! Heathcliff swung the Heaven Gazer, and under the shocked gazes of all the players outside the arena, the Heaven Gazer smashed into Heathcliff's waist with great force. Bang! As soon as the 2 weapons collided, a dull sound rang out. The bright green light lit up the sky like a furnace, and some players couldn't help but close their eyes. When they opened their eyes again, Heathcliff's red figure was sent flying backward in the green light. He flew over the players' heads and smashed into the wall behind him. Ugh! Heathcliff couldn't help but howl from the impact. Although he didn't feel much pain, the impact caused his brain to short-circuit. In mid-air, the green light of the sword skill gradually dimmed, and a black shadow burst out from it and shot towards Heathcliff, who had smashed into the wall and had yet to slide down. The sound of the shadow whistling through the air pierced everyone's eardrums, causing them to feel a sharp pain. The speed of the black figure's attack made Heathcliff realize that now was not the time to be distracted. He forced his slightly short-circuited brain to work and used the momentum to flip himself over the wall. As if he was sliding, he stepped on the wall and instantly retreated 10 meters away. Boom! The black figure landed heavily on the wall where Heathcliff had smashed into. A violent sound reverberated in the battlefield, and debris flew everywhere. Thick smoke and dust covered the area. Cracks spread out from the smoke and dust, covering the thick wall in an instant. Heathcliff's sliding figure slowly came to a stop. Recalling the terrifying movement speed and attack speed just now, he looked at the wall covered in smoke and dust with lingering fear. Heathcliff waved his robe gently, blowing away the smoke and dust in front of him. However, the moment before the smoke and dust was lifted, a strange sound came from inside. Heathcliff's eyes were filled with horror. His body tensed up, and he retreated without hesitation. At the same time, he raised his cross shield in front of him to protect himself. She! The moment Heathcliff retreated, the black figure once again shot out from the smoke and dust. Its speed was almost several times faster than when it first attacked Heathcliff. The terrifying speed made it look like the black figure was flickering. Several illusory figures appeared behind him, forming a thin black line. They quickly flew towards Heathcliff and slammed into his cross shield in the most brutal way possible. Heathcliff gasped. Just as he was about to launch an attack, a chill emerged from under his skin, causing his hands and feet to turn cold. He raised his head abruptly and looked at the top of his shield. There, he saw a hand gently pressing on it. The next moment, under the force of the hand, a black figure appeared above Heathcliff's head, revealing Wu Yan's indifferent face. At this time, he was holding the shield with one hand. The huge black, heaven gazer, had returned to his back as if it had never been unsheathed before. In his other hand, the elucidator flashed with the light of a sword skill, and with a terrifying sound of wind, it slammed down towards Heathcliff's head. Wherever the elucidator passed, a deafening sound of sonic booms could be heard. Crushing blow, a low roar echoed in Heathcliff's ears. The light of the sword skill on the elucidator flashed again. Finally, under the shocked gazes of the surrounding players and the surprised faces of Asuna and the others, the elucidator landed squarely on Heathcliff's head. Boom! Chapter 767. Boom! With a loud bang, Heathcliff's body landed on the ground. The ground immediately cracked, and debris flew into the air. Together with the smoke and dust, Heathcliff's figure was shrouded in the dust. Wu Yan's figure also landed on the opposite side of the cloud of dust. Looking at the area covered in dust, Wu Yan was a little tired, but he couldn't help but smile bitterly in his heart. If it was in the past, he would have been able to use this kind of attack a few more times, and he would have been able to do it without blushing, but in SAO, where you won't die even if you don't breathe, you're panting instead. This also proves how tense Wu Yan's nerves are after that round of attacks. If it wasn't for that, he wouldn't be panting like this. Heathcliff is a tough nut to crack. If Wu Yan didn't take advantage of the small window of opportunity, he might not have been able to do anything to Heathcliff with his shield and his familiarity with swordsmanship. On the other hand, all the players looked at what happened in the center of the battlefield in a daze. For a moment, they forgot to react. From Heathcliff's high defense to Wu Yan's fierce attack, the whole process was complicated, but it all happened in less than half a minute. The risk of the battle, the change in the direction of the battle, the close combat between the two players, and even Kirito, Suda, Klein, and Agile couldn't help but feel their blood boil. They wanted nothing more than to replace Kirito, Klein, and Agile. They completely forgot that this battle represented the direction of their future. Did it work? Asuna stared at the area covered in dust, trying to see what was going on inside, but she gave up after a while. Although Asuna has the ability to see through some obstacles, she has never been a solo player except for the first few months of SAO's launch, so she didn't train her skill to a high level. Kirito activated his detection skill when he heard Asuna's words. He had mastered the skill a long time ago, much earlier than Wu Yan, who had been traveling alone for a long time. That's why he could easily see through the smoke and dust. But when he saw it, Kirito's face instantly changed, and his sharp voice echoed in the battlefield. No. Not yet. Kirito's voice clearly echoed in everyone's ears, and it also reached Wu Yan's ears. Wu Yan's expression froze as he looked forward. Tap, 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 tap. Amidst the dust, a series of mechanical footsteps could be heard rhythmically. In every corner of the silent red jade palace, a figure slowly emerged from the dust. Then, under everyone's gaze, Heathcliff walked out of the dust and appeared in front of everyone. He didn't look like he was in a mess. He was still as calm as ever, as calm as Mount Tai. However, the top of the 10 HP bars had been completely emptied, proving that the previous round of fierce attacks was not useless. Wu Yan exhaled, straightened his back, and muttered softly. I knew it wasn't that easy, Heathcliff heard Wu Yan's muttering. Heathcliff stopped and looked at Wu Yan with a pair of deep eyes. Yan Kuan, you're too strong, Heathcliff said in a deep voice. Even I, whose ability has reached the level of a boss, can't help but tremble in fear. As expected of the strongest player in the world, Wu Yan curled his lips. What? Do you want to admit defeat? I don't mind. Of course not. Heathcliff shook his head with a smile. His voice became louder. On the contrary, as the creator of this world, if I lose to you here, won't it prove that I'm useless? It's not the first time you've lost anyway. Wu Yan sneered. Heathcliff chuckled coldly in response. Then, the two of them fell silent once more. Heathcliff paused for a moment, then stomped his foot on the ground and turned into a blur of light. Under everyone's gaze, he attacked Wu Yan first. The distance between Heathcliff and Wu Yan was less than 10 meters. Although Heathcliff's speed was not as fast as Wu Yan's, he had the ability of a boss, so he was no slower than anyone else except for Wu Yan. In just a few seconds, Heathcliff's body flashed and reappeared. He swung his sword like a drill, and it pierced through the air with a piercing sound, aiming for Wu Yan's chest. Wu Yan grabbed Heaven Gazer's hilt and pulled it out of its sheath. Without dual sword Ryu, he wouldn't be Heathcliff's match. Thus, Heaven Gazer and Elucidator fell into his hands in an instant. Just as the sword was about to reach him, Wu Yan swung Heaven Gazer and moved half a step away, nimbly dodging Heathcliff's attack. Heathcliff was not surprised that Wu Yan dodged his attack. His left hand spun quickly, and the shield in his hand spun like a windmill in the blink of an eye. Ha! With a light shout, the shield in Heathcliff's hand spun rapidly and flew towards Wu Yan like a bolt of lightning. The rapidly spinning shield pierced through space and appeared in front of Wu Yan in a flash. Then, it suddenly trembled and spun towards Wu Yan like a boomerang. The whistling sound made Wu Yan narrow his eyes slightly. He was somewhat surprised. He didn't expect Heathcliff to attack like this. What Wu Yan didn't know was that Heathcliff had been thinking the same thing to him before this. Wu Yan didn't expect the shield to spin at close range. For a moment, Wu Yan couldn't react in time, but he still quickly threw Heaven Gazer at the center of the spinning shield with a bang. Chirp 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 chirp. In an instant, a burst of sparks and a shrill sound of friction rang out from between the Heaven Gazer and the spinning shield, causing Wu Yan's ears to hurt. A terrifying force was transmitted from the Heaven Gazer to his arm, causing him to almost lose his grip on the sword's hilt. Of course, for Wu Yan, this little bit of force wasn't enough to affect his battle. Therefore, after withstanding the surprise attack, he stepped on the ground with his left foot and his body turned into a black shadow. He pressed his body against the ground and swung Elucidator towards Heathcliff's neck. Whoosh! A whistling sound came from the air, causing Heathcliff to frown. He calmly looked at the incoming Elucidator and took a step back like a chariot in the wind, just out of Wu Yan's attack range. After dodging Wu Yan's attack, Heathcliff didn't hesitate to swing his long sword at Wu Yan's legs like a whip. Wu Yan's expression turned cold when he sensed the chilling chi coming from his leg. He used his right hand to push against the rotating cross shield and with a burst of strength, he sent the cross shield flying. The sudden force pushed Heathcliff, who was focused on attacking Wu Yan, a distance away. His sword that was going for Wu Yan's legs was also destroyed by Wu Yan's attack. Heathcliff staggered back a few steps. Before he could react, Wu Yan jumped up like a ghost. The Heaven Gazer and Elucidator in his hands danced like a gust of wind, turning into a continuous stream of sword shadows. One sword after another fiercely attacked Heathcliff like a volcanic eruption. Bam 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 bam, a series of muffled sounds echoed in the surroundings. The Heaven Gazer and Elucidator continuously landed on Heathcliff's raised shield. Chapter 768. Clap 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 clap, bang. 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 Boom. Clang, in the center of the field, a black and a red figure began a fierce battle. Sword shadows reverberated in the air, and a dazzling light fluctuated in the air. Strong winds constantly swept out, and sparks flew in all directions. Everywhere they went, smoke and dust filled the air. The two turned into flashing shadows, and they fought in every corner of the Red Jade Palace. Boom! Another shockwave rushed into the field. The ground rumbled, and countless rocks were sent flying. The pillars fell down one after another. Even though they were restored to their original state, they were soon destroyed again. In fact, the attacker was Wu Yan, who had been using the dual sword style to attack Heathcliff with all his might. Heathcliff didn't seem to have the confidence to not pay a price under the onslaught of sword shadows, so he could only grit his teeth and block all the attacks with his shield. Wu Yan was undoubtedly good at close combat, so at this moment, he turned into the most brutal weapon. Every time he swung his sword, the Heaven Gazer and Elucidator, there would be a fatal vortex, indicating how much strength he was using at this time. As he swung his arms and swords, the terrifying power and speed caused the surrounding void to resound with continuous sonic booms. Every time he missed, a deep sword mark would be left on the ground, and occasionally the ground would be overturned. His attacks were terrifying. In the face of Wu Yan's ferocious attacks, although Heathcliff couldn't do anything to him, he didn't show any weakness. Relying on his superior defense and his familiarity with sword skills, he repeatedly blocked Wu Yan's attacks. As long as there was a chance, the long sword in his hand would be swung without hesitation. His aura was awe-inspiring, and the light of his sword technique flickered repeatedly. Similarly, countless cuts were left on the ground around him. In the battlefield, as the battle between the two gradually entered a fierce confrontation, their powerful strength was fully displayed. It was almost as if the battle was gushing out. In everyone's eyes, the battle was surging, and it became more and more intense. As the swords collided with each other, strong collision sounds were constantly heard in the sky above the Red Jade Palace. Various sword skill effects flickered. Blazing explosive vortexes and sharp sword glows continuously shot out from the two intertwined figures. The two figures constantly flashed and shifted in the field at a speed that caused people to be dumbfounded. Clear sword clashing sounds and collisions continuously rang out from the places where the two of them clashed. The power of their attacks also became more and more frenzied as the battle intensified, causing people to feel more and more shocked. Looking at the two blurry figures that constantly flickered and intersected with each other, the expressions of the surrounding players were somewhat sluggish. In the midst of that fierce exchange of attacks, they could clearly see that in a short instant, the two of them had executed no less than 5 types of sword skills, and there was even a heavy sword skill among them. It was common knowledge in SAO that the user would be stunned when using sword skills, and the more powerful the sword skill was, the faster the user would be. The more consecutive attacks, the longer the stun time would be. Therefore, in normal battles, players had to be extremely cautious when using sword skills. Because if they're not careful, they might be defeated during the duration of the stun. However, such common sense did not apply to the two super powerhouses in the arena. The stun phase, which was enough to cause players to be defeated in an instant, had turned into bubbles in the hands of the two. The two of them were not stingy with their sword skills at all. They used them more frequently than water, as if they were free. It's not that the two didn't get stunned, it's just that Heathcliff's ability value is way beyond the range of a player or even a boss. As the final boss, Heathcliff's ability value is enough to reduce the duration of the stun to 0. As for Wu Yen, his stun duration isn't as short as Heathcliff's, but he can predict Heathcliff's attack. Before the stun takes effect, he can adjust his body to gravitational and centrifugal force so that Heathcliff's attack will miss. This is the main reason why Heathcliff can rely on his knowledge of sword skills to nullify Wu Yan's attack, but he can't do anything to Wu Yan. Now, the players finally understood that the two players in the battlefield are not on the same level as them. Especially Wu Yan, who was able to fight against Heathcliff, who has the ability of a final boss, for such a long time without losing at all. He even managed to reduce Heathcliff's HP repeatedly. He's been fighting the final boss all this time, and he even has the ability to solo the final boss. No wonder he's known as the strongest player in the game. In the Red Jade Palace, everyone held their breaths. Their gazes followed the movements of the two indistinct figures. The battle was getting fiercer and fiercer. Many people felt as if their hearts were in their throats and in their palms. They clenched their fists tightly and continued to exert force. Watching the battle between the two of them, they no longer had any confidence that they could defeat Heathcliff if they went all out. If Wu Yan is defeated, they will lose their last hope. They can only run away and wait for the next opportunity, or they will all be killed on the spot. Therefore, they have already placed their hopes on the black figure in the battlefield. As time passed, the HP bars of the two players fluctuated. One of them was constantly dropping, almost reaching the lowest point, while the other was going up and down, increasing and decreasing, decreasing and increasing again. It was because of this that the two of them were able to engage in such a fierce battle. Wu Yan gritted his teeth and swung his two black long swords with his numb arms. Heathcliff also tried his best to block Wu Yan's attacks. They were both waiting for an opportunity. An opportunity to wipe out the other's HP bar in one go. Until then, their HP could only decrease and rise and fall as they fought against each other. After such a long battle, the two players' nerves were stretched to the limit. Now, it was time to see who would give up first. For two players with similar strength, it was no longer a competition of strength, but of willpower. This can't go on. Wu Yan kept attacking while looking at Heathcliff, who was hiding behind his shield like a turtle. Wu Yan couldn't help but feel anxious. If this continued, he wouldn't be afraid of losing HP since he had a healing fairy, but in terms of stamina, there was no way he could last longer than Heathcliff. The logic was simple. One was attacking while the other was defending. As long as the gap between the two sides wasn't too big, the attacker would definitely lose in the end. Therefore, while Heathcliff could afford to drag this out, Wu Yan couldn't. I have to find an opportunity. In his anxiety, Wu Yan's wine-red eyes turned rapidly, looking for a way out. Otherwise, he would lose without a doubt. At this moment, Wu Yan saw the healing fairy dancing in the air. Immediately, Wu Yan's eyes lit up and he had an idea. Ha! With a loud shout, Wu Yan's starburst airstream landed on Heathcliff's shield. Heathcliff's body also became stiff. Seeing this, Heathcliff immediately used his sword skill and swung his sword. Heathcliff didn't have high hopes for this attack. He saw how Wu Yan predicted his attack and dodged it to buy himself some time from the stun effect. To Heathcliff's surprise, Wu Yan didn't move at all. He didn't even flinch when he was frozen. Could it be that he's already at his limit? Heathcliff was overjoyed. His eyes flashed, and his lips curved into a victorious smile. He thrust his long sword towards Wu Yan's heart. Thanks to the sword skill, Heathcliff's momentum became even fiercer. He was already aiming for Wu Yan's heart. The winner was decided. No, outside the arena, Asuna felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Her eyes were wide open as she leaned forward and rushed forward. Heathcliff, Kirito, Sutta, Klein, and Agile roared and rushed to the center of the arena. Catch up, the five of them rushed forward together, but they couldn't stop Heathcliff from swinging his sword down. Seeing this, Wu Yan's eyes flashed with a touch of emotion. Then, he became determined. Chapter 769. Under everyone's gaze, Heathcliff's movement towards Wu Yan's chest seemed to have slowed down by tens of thousands of times, and Asuna and the others who were rushing forward also seemed to be stuck. Even though their faces were full of hysteria, with the distance between the two sides, it was impossible for them to reach Heathcliff's side before Heathcliff's sword pierced through. Looking at Heathcliff's slow and fast attack, Asuna's pretty face began to show a trace of despair. Her chestnut-colored eyes were fixed on Wu Yan. Although she was still rushing forward, she was screaming in her heart. At least let me block that sword. Right at this moment, a strange phenomenon occurred in the field. The healing fairy who had been following behind Wu Yan suddenly flew out, landed on top of Wu Yan's head, and sprinkled a powder with starlight on it, restoring Wu Yan's HP back to full. The sudden healing of the healing fairy seemed to have stunned Heathcliff for a moment, but it did not stop him from stabbing Heathcliff. However, Wu Yan, who was frozen in place, had a slight smile on his face. What Heathcliff didn't notice was that when the healing fairy's powder fell on Wu Yan's body, the elucidator in Wu Yan's left hand lit up. The reflected light instantly shone in the opposite direction of Heathcliff's bright black blade. And that direction was Heathcliff's eyes. In SAO, blindness is also an abnormal condition. Many monsters' skills and sword skills have the effect of blindness, causing players to temporarily lose their sight and fall into a state of panic. However, it's not only an abnormal condition. If a strong light shines on a player's eyes, the player's brain will also be temporarily blinded, causing them to lose their sight. Under the intentional reflection of the elucidator, the starlight on the healing elf's powder was directly projected into Heathcliff's eyes. Heathcliff felt his vision blur, and he closed his eyes reflexively. Poochie. The moment Heathcliff closed his eyes, the system-assisted sword pierced through Wu Yan's chest without any delay. With a slight tearing sound, Wu Yan's HP bar, which had just been restored to full, quickly dropped to the yellow area. If it was before, Heathcliff's sword would have definitely taken away all of Wu Yan's HP, but after the healing fairy's healing, Wu Yan took the hit, and at the same time, the stun duration also passed. Wu Yan raised his head with a sharp glint in his eyes. He reached out and grabbed Heathcliff's hand that was holding the sword that pierced through his body. He pulled Heathcliff, who hasn't recovered from his daze yet, and brought him in front of Wu Yan. On Heaven Gazer's blade, a dense light flashed rapidly. Poochie. With another tearing sound, the elucidator's sword pierced through Heathcliff's shield-holding arm. Ah! Before Heathcliff could react, the arm that was holding the shield was pierced through by the Heaven Gazer. Red light instead of blood splashed out and sprayed all around his arm. It's not over yet. He let go of the Heaven Gazer that pierced through Heathcliff's arm. He grabbed Heathcliff's waist and he flung Heathcliff into the air. Heathcliff was flung into the air. Whoosh! Wu Yan stomped on the ground and leaped up to Heathcliff, who was thrown into the air. He clenched his fist and the familiar sword skill effect flashed once more. The sword pierced through the air, and before anyone could react, Wu Yan plunged the sword into Heathcliff's stomach. Poochie! The crisp sound of the sword piercing through Heathcliff's skin echoed in the sky above the red jade palace. The elucidator's dark blade pierced through Heathcliff's stomach and came out of his back. The red light from the elucidator's sword made Heathcliff's already bright red figure even darker. His HP bar also dropped rapidly. Heathcliff's eyes widened. He looked at the Heaven Gazer that pierced his arm and the elucidator that pierced his stomach. His HP was draining like water. He raised his head with difficulty and looked at the wine-red eyes that were right in front of him. His mind went blank. Is this the end? At the same time, Heathcliff's heart burned with anger. He held his sword with his other hand and stabbed it towards Wu Yan's heart. Ha! Wu Yan roared again. He let go of the elucidator with his other hand and quickly reached out to grab the sword. The red light from the elucidator's hand also flashed, but Wu Yan ignored it. He clenched his free hand into a fist and a golden light burst out from it. Bang! The golden light from the elucidator landed on Heathcliff's chest with a dull thud. However, Wu Yan did not stop there. Instead, he raised his hand again and punched Heathcliff's chest. Bang 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 bang, 2 figures, one black and one red, began to fall from the sky. All the players looked up and saw Wu Yan crazily punching Heathcliff's chest again and again. Together with the 2 black swords, Wu Yan's elucidator slowly brought Heathcliff's HP down to the red zone. Ha! Heathcliff's elucidator roared. The golden light from the elucidator mercilessly smashed Heathcliff's head into a state of confusion. Heathcliff's shield-wielding hand was pierced by the elucidator, while his sword-wielding hand was grabbed by Wu Yan. Heathcliff could not move his hands. He could only watch with wide eyes as his HP gradually decreased. Bang! Finally, the 2 of them landed on the ground. Heathcliff took the brunt of the impact with his back on the ground. His HP took a huge hit. Wu Yan got on top of him and he grabbed the hilts of Heaven Gazer and Elucidator. He pulled them out of Heathcliff's body and he raised them up high. Pest! The Heaven Gazer and the Elucidator both plunged into Heathcliff's chest at the same time. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Esuna and the others stopped and watched the sudden turn of events with the surrounding players. For a moment, they just stood there in a daze. The entire Red Jade Palace fell silent. Heathcliff regained his composure and he stared at the 2 swords that pierced through his body. He struggled to raise his head and he looked at Wu Yan. He smiled bitterly and he looked like he had given up. He slumped down on the floor and he looked at Wu Yan. It's over. Wu Yan looked into Heathcliff's dull eyes and he sighed. Heathcliff's voice was as soft as a mosquito's whisper. Yeah, it's over. Heathcliff's eyes lit up. He looked at the players around him and he shook his head. Then, he turned to Wu Yan and said, Wu Yan, I'm not sure what you're talking about. I'm not sure what you're talking about. I've never regretted it. Wu Yan miraculously understood what Heathcliff meant and closed his eyes. So, you are destined to fail, really? Heathcliff smiled. That's not bad either. As soon as he finished speaking, Heathcliff's HP was completely depleted. Her body turned into a ray of light, and with a beautiful cracking sound, she shattered into pieces that filled the sky. Chapter 770. The crisp sound of shattering echoed in everyone's ears. Looking at the scattered fragments and Wu Yan who was bathed in them, the players stood there like puppets, including Esuna, Kirito, Suda, Klein, Agile, and the others. It's over. After a while, a voice filled with uncertainty and disbelief sounded from the crowd. It's over. The rest of the players repeated their words in disbelief. Their eyes were glued to the shattered pieces of Heathcliff's body. They still couldn't believe that those were Kaiba Akihiko's body parts. Is it over? This sentence appeared in everyone's mind more than once while they were in a daze. Their bodies trembled and their fists were clenched so tightly that their knuckles turned white. It was as if they were trying to hold something back. Finally, 2 streams of tears flowed down one of the players' faces. It's over. It's over. Yeah, it's over. It's all over. It's over. All the top players who participated in the final battle shed tears. It doesn't matter if they know or don't know the people around them, they all hugged them and cried. They're ecstatic that they've cleared the game. The pain from the past, the fear of death, and the hope for the future all turned into the most direct of teardrops. They scattered on the spot as if they were venting their emotions, causing the entire red jade palace to be filled with heavy sobs. After living in Sao for 3 years, they were finally liberated from their torment. At the same time, a mechanical sound echoed throughout the entire floating city of Aincrad. The message was slowly transmitted to the ears of all the players, telling them that the game had been completely cleared. Red Jade Palace. In Aincrad. Every player was in the midst of earth-shattering cheers and cries of pain. His body gradually transformed into a beam of light. After a flicker, he disappeared from the spot. Only a huge empty castle was left behind in this world. Sao, I cleared the level. When Wu Yan's vision returned to normal, he didn't see the bright red walls and floor of the Red Jade Palace. Instead, he saw a vast sky. Where am I? Wu Yan furrowed his brows. He looked around him and he saw an endless sky. White clouds floated around him and he felt like he was standing on solid ground. He didn't feel any sense of weightlessness. The sky. Wu Yan raised an eyebrow and scratched his cheek. He muttered. Am I in heaven? Just when Wu Yan was puzzled by the fact that he didn't know when he died, he heard a voice full of uncertainty and unease coming from behind him. Yan. Wu Yan turned around when he heard the voice. He saw a chestnut-colored figure floating in the sky. She looked at him with her hands covering her mouth. Tears flowed down her cheeks. Asuna pursed her lips as she tried her best to hold back her sobs. She couldn't hold it in any longer and she threw herself into Wu Yan's embrace. Idiot! 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 Asuna cried as she shouted, Do you know how worried I was about you? Don't cry. Don't cry. Wu Yan hugged Asuna helplessly. Looking at her tear-stained face, Wu Yan's heart ached. It's my fault, it's all my fault. Wu Yan clumsily wiped Asuna's face with his hand. As long as you don't cry, you can scold me however you want. Asuna looked up and saw Wu Yan's panicked face. She giggled. You really are an idiot. Asuna buried her face in Wu Yan's chest. I almost thought you were going to die under the commander's sword. Wu Yan flinched and he bitterly smiled. I'm sorry, I made you worry. As long as you're okay. Asuna rubbed her head against Wu Yan's chest a few times before she looked around. Where is this place? You're asking me. Wu Yan shook his head. I don't know either. All of a sudden, a young yet incomparably familiar voice echoed from afar, coming closer and closer. Daddy. Mommy. This voice. The two who were in each other's embrace were stunned for a moment. Then, they quickly turned their heads and saw Yui, who was wearing a white dress just like the first time they met, standing not far away from them. Her pair of big eyes were inevitably filled with tears. She was like a child who had done something wrong and ran away from home. After returning home, she did not dare to enter the house. She was so timid that she did not dare to approach them. Yui! Asuna exclaimed. When she came back to her senses, her face was filled with joy. Yui! She ran to Yui's side and hugged her in her arms. Asuna's tears that she had just stopped started to flow again. Mommy! Yui hugged Asuna tightly. Her eyes were misty. When she heard the system notification, Yui thought she would be left alone in this world. She didn't know when she would be saved. But when she opened her eyes, the person she wanted to see the most was right in front of her. At this moment, Yui was satisfied. Even if she couldn't leave this world, she would still be satisfied. Seeing you like this, I guess it was the right decision to bring you here. The mother and daughter hugging each other shuddered. Wu Yan's gaze froze for a moment before relaxing. Taking a deep breath, he slowly turned around. Behind him, a man in a white lab coat with a shrewd face is looking down. The three of them have never seen that face before, but that didn't stop them from feeling that he's familiar with it. Heathcliff. Wu Yen smiled bitterly. Should I call you Kayaba Akihiko? Heathcliff, or Kayaba Akihiko, smiled. He didn't turn around. Instead, he looked down as if he was mourning something. Wu Yen, Asuna, and Yui turned their attention to him. The next second, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. Far away in the sky, a huge steel castle floated in the air. It's the castle they've lived in for 3 years, Aincrad. However, at this moment, this majestic castle was disintegrating bit by bit. Like a broken stone, it broke into countless pieces and scattered down below, disappearing from everyone's sight. Wu Yen sighed when he saw this. Is this okay? Kayaba Akihiko's eyes trembled for a second before he calmed down and said with a blank face. Yes, it has completed its mission. This is the best outcome for it, is that so? Wu Yen lowered his head and he stayed silent for a while. What about you? Kayaba Akihiko turned around and looked at Wu Yen. He replied with a firm voice. It's the best outcome, I see. Wu Yen pursed his lips. He looked at Aincrad's wine-colored eyes with a hint of regret. What a pity, pity. Kayaba Akihiko raised his head. Why do you think it's a pity? Don't you hate it? Wu Yen chuckled and he glanced at the ground. I know it's disappointing, but I don't hate it. It didn't bring me any painful memories. Instead, it brought me some good memories. Kayaba Akihiko's expression was a little blurred in an instant, as if he was absent-minded. He muttered something, and not long after, he finally smiled. That's good. Chapter 771. Asuna and Yui looked at each other. They finally recovered from their shock and they stood up and they approached Wu Yen. We. Asuna hesitated for a moment and asked. We should have cleared the level, right? Kayaba Akihiko closed his eyes, and the white coat on his body fluttered in the wind. We have cleared the level. He waved his hand in the air, and the main menu appeared in front of him. The remaining 6,000 players logged out together 5 minutes ago and returned to the real world. Asuna slowly breathed a sigh of relief, but her eyes were fixed on Kayaba Akihiko. Then why are we here? Shouldn't we return to the real world? Kayaba Akihiko glanced at Asuna and said calmly. Don't worry, you have cleared the level, this is an undeniable fact. I brought you here because I have something to ask Wu Yen, Kun. Asuna and Yui's face tightened, they grabbed Wu Yen's hand and looked at Kayaba Akihiko cautiously. Wu Yen was surprised by Kayaba Akihiko's words, but he wasn't worried about what Kayaba Akihiko would do. Wu Yen patted their hands to calm them down, then he took a step forward and said to Kayaba Akihiko. I'm curious, for someone like me who hasn't interacted with you much, why are you so confused? Indeed, before SAO started, we didn't even know about each other's existence. Even in SAO, the number of times we met can be counted with one hand. Kayaba Akihiko was as calm as ever, but his tone was full of confidence. Kayaba Akihiko didn't know what he meant. But I have been observing you. Wu Yen wasn't surprised to hear that. Rather, it's more accurate to say that he was surprised by his own performance. Kayaba Akihiko didn't pay attention to him at all. That's why he didn't say anything, he just waited for Kayaba Akihiko to continue. This question. I've been wanting to ask you this for a long time. Kayaba Akihiko stared straight into Wu Yan's eyes. Ever since I decided to change the nature of SAO into a death game, I've been prepared to let the world bear everyone's wrath and bear all the sins. I know that on the day SAO opens, when I announce the truth of this world to 10,000 players, Kayaba Akihiko and SAO will become synonymous with resentment in everyone's mouth. I've always thought so too. But, you're the only one who made me miscalculate for the first time. Kayaba Akihiko shook his head and laughed. From the moment I learned of your existence until now, I have never heard you complain about this world, nor have I heard you scold this world. I've never seen you hate this world in the slightest. I'm the one who trapped you here and even hung your head on a knife. I can chop it off at any time and kill you on the spot, but why don't you care at all? Kayaba Akihiko said bluntly. His eyes were filled with urgency. Can you answer me why? 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 Wu Yan was silent. He looked up at the endless sky and said with uncertainty, perhaps it's because, as you said, facing death doesn't make any difference to me living in the real world. Kayaba Akihiko frowned. He was dissatisfied with Wu Yan's vague answer. He's smart, but not smart enough to see through people's thoughts. He opened his mouth. He wanted to say something, but Wu Yan's next sentence made him freeze. Anyway, a game is a game. Wu Yan grinned. He stretched and said with satisfaction, I'm having fun, that's enough for me. Kayaba Akihiko's expression changed. His gaze on Wu Yan changed as well. His eyes became brighter with a hint of relief. He looked at Wu Yan and Asuna and Yui who were immersed in Wu Yan's words. Kayaba Akihiko laughed at himself. Perhaps, you're the one who's right. Kayaba Akihiko turned around, his back facing Wu Yan and the others. I haven't congratulated you yet, Yen-kun. Congratulations on clearing the dungeon. After saying that, Kayaba Akihiko walked towards the edge of the sky. His body slowly disappeared from there as if he had never been there before. At the same time, the system notification rang in Wu Yan's mind. It's been a while since he last heard it. Ding! Mandatory quest completed. Quest restrictions lifted. User can now choose to leave the realm of swords at any time. Return to the Spalier world. Maybe it's because he hasn't heard the system notification for a long time. Wu Yan felt a sense of familiarity when he heard it. Even the emotionless tone became cute. Asuna held Yui's hand and walked to Wu Yan's side. Her chestnut-colored eyes stared at the direction Kayaba Akihiko disappeared. She whispered, Commander, did you return to the real world? Who knows? Wu Yan shrugged irresponsibly. It has nothing to do with me. What? Asuna pouted unhappily. She put her hand in Wu Yan's and looked up at Wu Yan's face, her eyes twinkling. Now, we can return to the real world, right? Yeah. Wu Yan sighed and stroked Asuna's hair. In that case, my promise to you can be considered fulfilled. Asuna nodded and she leaned her head into Wu Yan's chest. Wu Yan wrapped his arms around her waist and he looked at the silent Yui. He pulled Yui into his embrace as well. Yui, let's return to the real world together. WH. What? Yui was confused. Even Asuna was confused, let alone her. Wu Yan didn't explain and said to Yui. Yui, you will need to sleep for a while, but you will wake up soon, so don't be afraid. Yui reacted and looked at Wu Yan with her big eyes. She didn't know what Wu Yan wanted to do, but as long as she could stay by their side, she was willing to do anything. I got it. Daddy. Good girl. Wu Yan pinched Yui's nose and sank his consciousness into his mind. System, compile Yui's main body program and materialize it. Yui's body flashed with a dazzling light. Asuna, who didn't know what was going on, gasped. In the light, Yui's eyes seemed to be sleepy. She closed her eyes tiredly. Her body quickly elongated in the light, and then shrank into a dot of light. The specks of light floated down from the sky like water droplets smashing into a rock. Then, a small blue crystal bead fell down and landed in Wu Yan's palm. This. Asuna was stunned by the sudden change. Her brain short-circuited for a long time. Wu Yan smiled bitterly. Don't worry, you will be able to see our daughter in the real world soon. Wu Yan hugged Asuna and he asked her in a soft voice. So, my future wife Sama, can you tell me your real name? Who is your future wife? Asuna lowered her head shyly, but then she looked up again. Asuna, Yueching Asuna, Yueching Asuna. Wu Yan giggled. Still doesn't sound as good as my Asuna. Asuna glared at Wu Yan. What? It sounds the same, but I like Asuna better. Wu Yan patted Asuna's back. Be a good girl and wait for me to find you, Asuna smiled. Her beautiful face blushed as tears of joy rolled down her cheeks. I will wait for you. Chapter 772. Today is not a peaceful day. If someone is in a hospital or nearby a hospital right now, they will notice that the hospitals around them are different from before. They are as lively as a wet market. The noises from every corner of the hospital are so loud that the ceiling was almost blown off. Noises, shouts, footsteps, cries, all kinds of noises mixed together, and they spread to 100 meters around each hospital. One can imagine how lively these hospitals are today. Those who passed by and lived near the hospital curiously looked in the direction of the hospital, as if they were trying to figure out what was going on inside. And those who happened to be in the hospital began to run around, looking for people who knew what was going on, trying to get the reason from them. When they learned about the cause of the incident from others, they immediately became a part of the crowd, making the atmosphere in the hospital even more lively. Just now, in every hospital, the victims who were still alive and receiving treatment woke up. 3 years ago, the incident of 10,000 SAO players being trapped in the game world has become a famous terrorist crime in the country. If they die in the game, the victims in the real world will also die. Now, the remaining 6,000 players finally woke up today. This was a major event that was enough to cause a sensation among countless people in the entire country. The SAO players who occupied a lot of hospital beds have been lying in bed for 3 years, and they also received treatment for 3 years. Although it's called treatment, it's more accurate to say that they're relying on some nutrient delivery devices to stay alive. They might die at any time. Such cases happened a lot in the past 3 years. Some parents, doctors, and higher-ups of the hospital were already prepared to die. Because they couldn't know what was going on from the outside, after 3 years of settling down, they had already treated the sudden death of SAO's players as a common occurrence. However, it happened so suddenly. When they were mentally prepared, the miracle that they didn't put much hope in finally happened today. At this time, almost all the doctors in the hospital were dispatched, walking back and forth in the corridors, hurrying to some wards. In these wards, the players who woke up are reuniting with their families, and waiting for the doctors to check on them. All of a sudden, the sound of joy and crying filled the hospital wards where the victims of SAO were kept. Everyone involved was enjoying this rare reunion after surviving the disaster. Everyone is happy. However, amidst the joy, there was still a portion of players who rushed to their family's side after receiving the news, anxiously waiting for them to wake up. Yet, all they got was a deathly stillness from the players who lay motionless on their sick beds for a long time. There are about 300 players. While others are immersed in the joy of reuniting with their families, they are like corpses, they didn't wake up at all. Among these 300 players, Asuna is one of them. In an unknown wasteland, there is a haunted house, to be more precise. It's a deserted house that's no different from a haunted house. It had been almost 10 years since anyone had visited this place. Not to mention humans, even animals, flowers, and trees, let alone animals. It was very rare to find one in this place. It could be said that this place was lifeless. It was like a graveyard. Because of this, no one noticed that there was a person in this abandoned house who had been here for 3 whole years. Inside, in a dilapidated house, there's a figure that looks like it has been here for thousands of years. It's covered in dust, it's like a statue, it looks like it's been there for a long time. Due to the deathly stillness of the figure, the surroundings were also silent. There was not a single sound. However, if one were to listen carefully, one would be able to discover that there was an extremely weak breathing on the figure's body. It was moving up and down rhythmically. However, the figure's chest was not moving up and down. If someone happened to see this scene, they'll definitely think it's a ghost. In fact, this figure can be called a ghost, but it's not the kind of ghost you see on TV, it's a vampire. The ancestor of vampires. That's the true face of this figure. Today, the ancestor of vampires who has been sleeping for a long time finally woke up after a long period of time. When the heavy eyelids opened and the dust covering them were slowly exposed to the air, a pair of wine-red eyes that were like scarlet blood flashed with a suffocating red light. At the same time, the surrounding deathly still space seemed to have become somewhat sticky in an instant, causing this shabby room that had been immersed in darkness for a long time to have a little bit of life, or more accurately, a little bit of blood energy. Gotcha! A sinister sound that sounded like bones moving suddenly rang out. The sound was extremely soft, but it traveled quite a distance. It could still be heard clearly even at the door of this room. Following this gotcha sound, continuous gotcha sounds immediately rang out in succession. At this moment, this dilapidated house truly had a trace of a haunted house's atmosphere. Of course, this gotcha sound isn't the sound of bones moving, it's the sound of dust forming lumps on the figure that opened its eyes. It's just that this sound is a bit creepy. Pieces of dust fell, exposing the figure's full appearance to the air. Not long after, the dust finally fell to the ground. The figure that looked like it crawled out of the mud finally changed its unchanging posture and stood up from the ground with great difficulty. This scene is exactly the same as when some undead creatures, such as zombies, crawl out of their coffins. Fortunately, no one is here, or else this scene would have scared the living daylights out of them. Fortunately, no one is here, or else the shocking word zombie resurrection would have made people think that zombies are the cutest. Ugh. What kind of F***king smell is this? As soon as he was resurrected, the zombie spat out such a vulgar word. But it wasn't his fault. He hadn't taken a bath for 3 whole years, and his body was covered in dust and the rotten smell of the old house. The combination of the two smells only made him vomit a little and spit out a vulgar word, which was already considered normal. But that's not the only problem. He hasn't bathed in 3 years, he hasn't eaten for 3 whole years. Even though he won't die because of his true ancestor body, the feeling of hunger still made him dizzy. He stumbled and almost fell to the ground. This won't do. If I go see Asuna like this, let alone Asuna, even I will despise myself. Hoarse voice came out of Wu Yan's mouth with much difficulty. He hasn't spoken for 3 years, his lips and tongue are parched. His throat sounds like it's the result of swallowing a few hundred gold pills to maintain his throat too well. Noticing all sorts of problems with his body, he couldn't help but shake his head and bitterly smile. Even the actions of shaking his head and bitterly smiling took him a lot of effort to do. After he did it, his stomach immediately protested against him. Let's eat first. No. Let's take a bath first. Ugh. Should I eat first or take a bath first? Wu Yan's hands hung there. He weakly repeated meaningless words. He didn't notice that because of his muttering, his strength is being consumed even faster. Chapter 773. In a hospital, there was a room that was surrounded by the refreshing fragrance of flowers. Many decorative flowers filled every corner of the room. Along with the vases, they eliminated the hospital's unique disinfectant smell. The room was filled with a warm atmosphere. It's like a hotel room. If you look at it from the outside, you won't be able to tell it's a sick room. Inside the room, there was a curtain hanging from the window, blocking the view from the door. Behind the curtain, there was a very high-end intensive care bed. The white sheets reflected the sunlight coming in through the window, exuding a faint warmth. Lying on the bed was a young girl with a stunning appearance. Chestnut-colored hair scattered around the mattress like flowing water. Her skin was white and translucent, it's like she was wrapped in a layer of pearls. It's very eye-catching. Although she's a bit sick, she didn't give off a weak feeling. Instead, it's more like she's delicate. There's even a bit of blush on her cheeks. Sleeping Beauty. It's not an exaggeration to use such a word to describe her. Unfortunately, an ice-cold helmet that covered 2/3 of the young girl's head mercilessly shattered this beautiful scene. Nervous gear, the world's first tool that allows humans to completely sneak into an imaginary world. It's also the tool that bound the young girl's soul and 6,000 players for 3 years. At this moment, on the LED indicator of the nerve gear, 3 faint lights were flickering like stars, proving that the machine was operating normally. It also proved that the girl was still living under the shackles of the machine in a certain imaginary world. Although the lights were weak, it was a symbol of the girl's survival. If one day, these lights all go out, then the beautiful girl lying on the bed will also fall into a deep sleep forever, leaving this world that she dreamed of returning to. What's wrong? Still no signs of waking up. 2 men in suits are standing next to the bed, looking at the young girl lying on the bed. One of the older men had an ugly expression. He turned to look at the third man in the room, who was the doctor in a white coat. His voice was very calm. Although his voice is calm, it's not hard to hear the anxiety in his voice. The doctor in the white coat couldn't help but sigh and lower his head. It's been 3 hours since all the victims in the country woke up. We've been observing the patients for the past 3 hours, but there's no sign of them waking up. The middle-aged man's expression turned ugly when he heard the other party's words. Why? All the victims woke up, why is Asuna still like this? It's not only Miss Asuna who has this condition. The doctor in the white coat explained, now, other than Miss Asuna, there are 300 more victims. There are about 300 victims in the country who are still in this condition. It's no different from before. The middle-aged man's expression changed. After a while, he looked at the doctor. Can't you find out what's wrong? The doctor was silent for a while and then said with a helpless expression, the only thing we can confirm is that Miss Asuna should be fine for now. The nervous gear's indicator light is still flashing. In other words, as long as it's in this condition, the girl on the bed, Asuna's life will be fine. The middle-aged man also understood this fact, so no matter how unwilling he was in his heart, he could only turn his emotions into a trace of disappointment and wave his hand. I understand, I'll have to trouble you to take care of my daughter. It's my duty. After saying that, the doctor in the white coat left the room, leaving behind the middle-aged man, Asuna's father, Yuki Zako, and his adopted son, Sugo Nobuyuki, standing by the side of the bed, not saying anything for a long time. After an unknown amount of time, Sugo Nobuyuki suddenly spoke. Do you agree to that matter? Yuki Akisin raised his head and looked at Sugo Nobuyuki, who had his head lowered. Yuki Akisin frowned. Have you really decided? It is very likely that Asuna will continue to be like this. If you marry her. Yes, marriage, Sugo Nobuyuki wants to marry Asuna. This wasn't the first time Yuki heard about Sugo Nobuyuki wanting to marry Asuna. Yuki himself didn't object to this because Sugo Nobuyuki was indeed a very talented person. He became an employee of the development company, RECT, at a young age and was responsible for the operation of an imaginary game. Sugo Nobuyuki is Asuna's adopted son, so Asuna is well aware of Sugo Nobuyuki's achievements. Sugo Nobuyuki has earned his trust, so he would be satisfied if his daughter marries Sugo Nobuyuki. However, Yuki didn't expect Sugo Nobuyuki to not dislike his daughter even though she's already a zombie. Sugo Nobuyuki pushed up his glasses. The lenses reflected light and covered the expression in his eyes. Otherwise, Yuki Akisin would have noticed that something was wrong with Sugo Nobuyuki's eyes. Sugo Nobuyuki smiled kindly and nodded. It doesn't matter what Asuna becomes, it won't change my mind. Upon hearing Sugo Nobuyuki's words, Yueching Shozo didn't say anything else. However, there was a hint of admiration in his eyes. If that's the case, I won't object. Asuna said without hesitation. I agree to your marriage with Asuna. Sugo Nobuyuki's eyes lit up, and he bowed respectfully to Yueching Shozo. Thank you very much for your help. No, I should be the one apologizing. Asuna shook his head. Asuna is already like this, you're willing to take care of her for the rest of her life. Not only do I have to apologize, I have to thank you. No, please don't say that. Sugo Nobuyuki said. Asuna is so beautiful, I don't think anyone would dislike her. Is that so? Yuki Shozo couldn't help but smile. That's good. Sugo Nobuyuki also smiled and lowered his head. The moment he lowered his head, a sinister expression filled with negative emotions appeared on his face, shattering his previous amiable appearance. Don't be fooled by his gentle and kind appearance. In fact, Sugo Nobuyuki was an ambitious person with selfish motives. Yueching Akisin didn't know that the so-called excellent adopted son in his eyes not only had a completely different personality from what he showed on the surface, he was also evil and perverted. At the same time, he was also the main culprit that caused Yueching Asuna to still not wake up. Very few people know that Sugo Nobuyuki used to work in the same laboratory as Kayaba Akihiko when he was a student. He was the one who imprisoned the consciousness of the players who were liberated from SAO, including Yuki Asuna, into his imaginary world to conduct illegal and inhumane brain experiments. This was already a crime that was enough to cause a human experiment to become a lunatic. Yueching Shozo didn't know about this at all. Only when he imprisoned Yueching Asuna did he dare to propose. Otherwise, Yueching Asuna would never marry a disgusting and perverted person like Yueching Shozo. I have to admit, Asuna's taste isn't very good. Chapter 774. Oh yeah. Sugo Nobuyuki changed his expression and showed that fake smile again. He looked at Yueching Shozo. Madam. Yueching Shozo trusted Sugo Nobuyuki. Yueching Asuna's mother doesn't think highly of Sugo Nobuyuki. Yuki Akisin doesn't pay much attention to the people around him. He only invests his energy into the management of the company. He doesn't go home at all for the sake of his career. He only values Sugo Nobuyuki's development ability, management ability, and ambition. He doesn't look at people's ability. Unlike Yuki Shozo, Asuna's mother also didn't see through Sugo Nobuyuki's disguise. However, she didn't know if it was due to her sixth sense as a woman, but she didn't like Sugo Nobuyuki's perfect performance. So, if she knew that her daughter would be marrying Sushiang Nobuyuki, even if her mother wouldn't object, she would definitely not agree. She would probably drag it out. If that happened, it would be very disadvantageous for Sushiang Nobuyuki, who trapped Asuna in the imaginary world and wanted to take advantage of the situation to get his hands on her. Yuki Shozo also thought about his wife. He frowned and felt a little helpless. He didn't know why his wife didn't like Sugo Nobuyuki, but he also thought that his wife wouldn't easily agree to marry Asuna to Sugo Nobuyuki. Yueching Shozo didn't regret his decision. He said to Sugo Nobuyuki. Don't worry about it, I will convince her. Yueching Shozo patted Sugo Nobuyuki's shoulder. Everyone has seen your achievements and capabilities. I believe that Asuna's mother is the same. As long as you continue to work hard, she will definitely not reject you. When the time comes, she will also not object to your marriage with Asuna. I see. Sugo Nobuyuki smiled. It's good that no one objects. Just as Sugo Nobuyuki finished speaking, a voice that was completely different from the two people present, full of laziness, rang out in the entire ward. No, I object. Yuki Shozo and Sugo Nobuyuki, who were completely unaware of the sudden appearance of another person, were taken aback. They quickly turned their heads to look at the source of the sound. They saw a young man with black hair and red eyes, who was wearing black casual clothes, sitting beside Asuna's bed. He gently caressed Asuna's face, which was the only part of his face that was exposed. Looking at this youth who had appeared out of nowhere, Yuki Shozo and Sugo Nobuyuki's hearts skipped a beat. They took 2 steps back, not knowing what to do. They were standing right in front of the door. If someone came in, they would have to walk past them to get to Asuna's bed. Otherwise, they would have to climb in through the window. However, they did not notice that someone had entered the ward. The door was still tightly shut. If someone had opened the door and entered, they would definitely not be able to hide it from them, let alone quietly passing by them without being discovered. This was simply impossible. The only explanation is that the young man climbed in through the window. It's suspicious for someone to climb in through the window. Who are you? Yuiching Shozo was the first to react. He adjusted his breathing and asked the young man. Sugo Nobuyuki also regained his senses, but he didn't say anything. He just stared at the young man's hand caressing Asuna's cheek. His eyes flashed with ruthlessness. The youth's hand that was caressing Asuna's cheek paused slightly at Yuki Akasu's question. He reluctantly withdrew his hand, and his wine-red eyes shifted to Yuki Akasu's body. You can call me Wu Yen. Wu Yen. Yuiching Shozo and Sugo Nobuyuki pondered for a while when they heard the name. They tried to find any information about this person in front of them. They weren't disappointed. They managed to find some information about the person in front of them. However, the information made their expression change. In the past 3 years, SAO has been in operation. It's not like the outsiders didn't take any action, but all of their actions ended in failure. Kayaba Akihiko's methods were too sharp, and his brain was extraordinarily smart. The nerve gear helmet he developed was so stable that it was impossible to exploit it. The cardinal operating system of SAO was also so stable that no one could do anything about it. Considering the safety of the victims, those who tried to rescue them were all defeated. They didn't even know what was going on inside SAO. The players were trapped inside SAO for a long time, and in the end, they were the ones who managed to free themselves. Of course, there was no shortage of smart people in this world. Since they couldn't intervene, some people took a roundabout approach and extracted some information from the cardinal system that wouldn't affect the normal operation of SAO. For example, they extracted information about the player's ability points, which was their personal attributes. Almost everyone knows that the player with the highest ability points in SAO is Wu Yen. With Yuki Akihiko and Sugo Nobuyuki's status, they have the ability to obtain this information. You're Wu Yen. Yuki Akihiko frowned and looked at Wu Yan's face with vigilance. You can't blame him for that. Not only did the person in front of him appear in a way that makes people uneasy, but his identity also makes people wary of him. Now that they know the player with the highest stats in SAO is Wu Yen, why wouldn't they do their research on him? However, no matter who it is, they still couldn't find anything. Wu Yen, let's not talk about his background, his name didn't even appear in the household register. He didn't even register his ID, it's as if he doesn't exist. Such a person suddenly appeared in front of him, how can Yuki Akihiko not be vigilant? Can I treat you as a delinquent who has invaded the country illegally? Yuki Akihiko said in a deep voice. He's not joking, he really did want to call the guards. Wu Yen chuckled. He glanced at Sugo Nobuyuki who kept his head down. Then, he looked at Yuashiro Akane. Ma, I don't really care, but if you do that, I will be troubled. Wu Yan scratched his head and he pulled up one of Asuna's hands. Yuki-san, we can talk about our problem later. Let me save Asuna first, okay? What? What did you say? Not only Yuki Shozo, but even Sugo Nobuyuki's expression changed. He cried out, you said you have a way to save Asuna. Wu Yan glanced at the two of them and looked at Asuna. Her face is weak, and her brows are furrowed as if she's having a nightmare. Wu Yan's heart ached, killing intent flashed in his eyes. It was directed at Sugo Nobuyuki. Wu Yan, who understood the original work, knows that the one who imprisoned Asuna is Sugo Nobuyuki. He even lusted after Asuna and almost violated her in the original work. Just this fact alone is enough for Wu Yan to kill him and be done with it. But the most important thing now is to save Asuna and deal with Sugo Nobuyuki later. Yuki-san. Wu Yan raised his head and looked at Yuki Akihiko. If possible, I hope you can leave for a moment. Yuki Akihiko's expression changed. He looked at Wu Yan with a conflicted expression. He doesn't want Asuna to be alone with an unknown person, it's too dangerous. But Wu Yan's words shook him. Chapter 775. Sugo Nobuyuki stared at Wu Yan intensely. He wanted to find a flaw in Wu Yan's story and expose his lie about saving Asuna. It wasn't that Sugo Nobuyuki was wavering. He was panicking. No one knew better than he did what he did. Imprisoning Asuna in the imaginary world and using the 300 players as experimental subjects to study the method of changing the human brain. Once all of this was exposed, not only would he lose his current position, but he would also become a criminal comparable to Kayaba Akihiko. He would never be able to make a comeback. Of course, Sugo Nobuyuki could not let this happen, so he hid his experiments and actions very well. He even set the experimental site in the imaginary world just in case. With his authority in the imaginary world, he only needed to press a button to eliminate all evidence of his crimes. However, if tomorrow night were to wake up, then the fact that he had imprisoned the consciousness of the 300 players would be exposed. Then, everything that he had done would be turned upside down and exposed in front of everyone. Sugo Nobuyuki would never allow this to happen. Although he didn't know what method this Wu Yan had to save Asuna, Sugo Nobuyuki didn't want to take the risk. Mr. Wu Yan, right? Sugo Nobuyuki stood up and hid his emotions deep in his heart. He lowered his head slightly and hid the only thing that could reveal his thoughts under the reflection of his glasses. He put on his usual kind expression. Although your proposal is very tempting, I'm sorry, but I think that it's a waste of time. Even so many doctors and specialists were unable to solve this problem. Leaving it to you who doesn't even want to reveal your background, I'm really worried. So please forgive us for not being able to hand Miss Asuna over to you just like that. Although Sugo Nobuyuki's words were simple and easy to understand, the hidden meaning was to tell Yuki Shozo that the other party was a person of unknown origin and was not worthy of his trust. Indeed. Sugo Nobuyuki's words calmed down Yuki Shozo's heart. He also started to lean towards Sugo Nobuyuki. He took a deep breath. I'm sorry, please leave. Yuki Shozo said. Wu Yan was a bit annoyed and helpless at the same time. If he wasn't Asuna's father, he would have already killed them. He would have saved Asuna's life and then come back to talk about other things. Wu Yan turned around and looked at Asuna's pale face. He slowly held her hand and held it. Yuki Shozo and Sugo Nobuyuki saw Wu Yan's action and their faces tensed up, their eyes were filled with anger. Just as he wanted to stop Wu Yan opened his mouth. Yujo-san, don't tell me you didn't know that Asuna had been trapped in SAO for a long time, right? Wu Yan raised his head, his words silenced Yuki Shozo. Wu Yan immediately said something that shocked the two. In that world, Asuna and I are husband and wife. Wu Yan ignored their sudden change of expression and continued. We lived together for a year. Wu Yan's wine-red eyes dimmed. He looked at Yuki Shozo and said in a low voice. Yuki-san, if it were you, your wife would be lying on the bed like this. She doesn't even move, we don't even know where her consciousness is, but you have a way to save her. He raised his head and looked straight ahead. Wu Yan looked into Yuki Shozo's eyes and said word by word. What would you do? Yuki Shozo opened his mouth. He wanted to say something, but when he looked into Wu Yan's eyes, he was speechless. Even if Wu Yan's words are very sincere, Yuki Zaku's eye for people isn't that good to begin with. Naturally, he didn't know if the words of this mysterious man are trustworthy or not. On the other hand, Sugoi Nobuyuki's expression changed after hearing Wu Yan's words. His expression turned ferocious and a bit envious. Did Yuki Asuna lie in this man's arms for an entire year in that trashy game? Husband and wife, no wonder that woman didn't want to compromise when she found out about his situation. Sugo Nobuyuki's heart was filled with violent emotions. He wanted to tear this man to shreds, but he hid it well. He even had a sick smile on his face. Wu Yan-san, your words are troubling me. Sugo Nobuyuki adjusted his glasses. His smile had a hint of joy. You don't know. Just now, Miss Asuna's father agreed to let Miss Asuna marry me. In other words, Miss Asuna is now my fiancé. Sugo Nobuyuki looked at Wu Yan, expecting to see Wu Yan's shocked and angry expression. Even if you lived with Miss Asuna in that game for a year, that fake world doesn't count. Your relationship with Miss Asuna is the same. As Sugo Nobuyuki's voice spread, the entire room became silent. Only the sudden drop in temperature was left in the room. Yuki Shozo and Sugo Nobuyuki were caught off guard. They felt a chill in their hearts and unconsciously shuddered as they took a step back. Sugo Nobuyuki's words worked. Wu Yan looked at this clown for the first time. He didn't have the shock and anger that Sugo Nobuyuki expected. There was no mockery or disdain in his eyes, only calm like the surface of an ancient well. It made Sugo Nobuyuki feel uneasy. You said Mr. Yuki agreed to let you marry Ms. Asuna. Wu Yan smirked. He tilted his head. But I said I was against it, right? Yes. Wu Yan-san, I know you're unhappy. Sugo Nobuyuki lowered his head and smirked. But this is Ms. Asuna's father's decision, I hope you can understand. Enough. Wu Yan waved his hand impatiently, stopping Sugo Nobuyuki's words. You don't have to say anything nice. I hate those hypocritical words. Sugo Nobuyuki's eyes hardened. Before he could speak, Wu Yan turned to Yuki Shozo. Let's wait until Ms. Asuna wakes up, then we'll decide. Yukinori's frown deepened. It's clear that he's struggling internally. He's not willing to trust Wu Yan, but he's also filled with anticipation. It's a complicated situation. Maybe he saw through Yukinori's hesitation. Wu Yan sighed helplessly. He pulled the curtain aside and covered himself and the bed. Just stand there, don't move, it'll be over soon. Wu Yan didn't say anything else. This is his last concession. If they keep pushing him, Wu Yan will have to knock them out before dealing with Asuna. Wu Yan nodded in satisfaction when he saw that Yukino and Sugo Nobuyuki didn't try to force their way in. He looked at Asuna, who was lying on the bed. He played with her hair and he smiled. I almost offended my future father-in-law because of you, Wu Yan muttered in a voice that no one but himself and Asuna could hear. He shook his head and he focused his attention on the other two. He placed his hand on Asuna's helmet while keeping an eye on the other two. Beep beep beep, blue and white sparks shot out from Wu Yan's fingertips and went into the helmet. Wu Yan closed his eyes and used his superpower to change the effect of the helmet's electrical signals on Asuna's brain. This job isn't easy at all. Chapter 776. President. Outside the curtain, Sugo Nobuyuki said impatiently. Are you going to let that unknown man do as he pleases? Hearing this, Yuiching Ikisan was also a little irritated. He looked at the curtain, but there was no way to penetrate his line of sight. He could only walk twice in place, his face full of hesitation and struggle. President. Seeing Yuki Akasu like this, Sugo Nobuyuki didn't care about maintaining his image anymore. His tone became hostile. You're harming Ain-sama by listening to him. We have no way of knowing if he has that kind of relationship with Ain-sama in the game. Yuki Akasu clenched his teeth, his eyes flashed. He clenched his fists and stared at the curtain. He couldn't make a decision. He sighed and lowered his head. Maybe he has a way to save Ain-sama. We're here, we don't have to worry about what he'll do to Ain-sama. Let's see how it goes. The anger in Sugo Nobuyuki's heart surged uncontrollably, accompanied by uncontrollable panic. Originally, Sugo Nobuyuki was excited about Yuki Tsubasa's unpredictable feelings towards people. Because of this, Yuki Tsubasa blindly looked for him and trusted him. He easily gained Tsubasa's approval. But now, he hated Yuki Tsubasa's character. Because he didn't know how to read people, Yuki Ikisan's decisions on some matters were very blind, but sometimes he was very hesitant. This man's thoughts were almost all on business. If he could take out some of his thoughts, then Sugo Nobuyuki wouldn't be jumping around so proudly. Now, Sugo Nobuyuki has the same feeling as Yuki Akasu's wife. He hates iron for not becoming steel. Yuki Akasu sometimes lacks a domineering aura. Sugo Nobuyuki looked at the curtain with a sinister expression. He wants to rush in. He wants to stop that man from doing what he's doing. But he knows that if he overacts, it will backfire. He can't leave Yuki Akasu's trust. Sugo Nobuyuki cursed in his heart. He cursed Wu Yen for bluffing. He cursed him for failing even if he has a way. However, Nervegear's performance reassured Sugo Nobuyuki. Even if he doesn't want to admit it, he's comforting himself with Kayaba Akihiko's excellence. It's kind of ironic. Just like that, the two of them quietly looked at the curtain with different emotions. They're looking forward to the result. On the other side, behind the curtain, the electric current in Wu Yan's hand is getting brighter and brighter. The crackling sound is getting louder and louder. If this continues, no matter how good his control is, he won't be able to control it. The two people outside could also sense the abnormality here. Fortunately, Wu Yan opened his eyes and the electricity in his hand slowed down. He let out a long sigh. There's a trace of fatigue in his wine-red eyes, but more than that, there's hope. Wu Yan held Asuna's hand as if he's trying to wake her up from her slumber. Wu Yan called out to her softly as if he's trying to wake her up. Asuna. This shout seemed to have penetrated deep into the heart of the girl lying on the bed. Her eyelids fluttered and her weak breathing gradually became stronger. The jade hand in Wu Yan's palm twitched and a snort came out from her nose. Seeing this, Wu Yan tightened his grip and he yelled again. Asuna! Asuna! The girl seemed to be responding to Wu Yan's calls. Every time Wu Yan called out to her, her eyelids would twitch violently. Finally, her eyelids fluttered and she slowly opened her eyes. Asuna was very confused and scared. When Asuna was released from Sao, she thought she would be able to see the sunlight of the real world as soon as she opened her eyes. She also thought she would be able to see the miserable state of her body that she hasn't taken care of for 3 years. She thought she would be able to see it again. Then, all I need to do is to wait for a while and Wu Yan's familiar figure will appear before me, filling up the last piece of the puzzle that I need to return to Wu Yan. Unfortunately, reality was cruel. When Asuna opened her eyes, what appeared in front of her wasn't the hospital room she had imagined, nor was it the sunlight of the real world. Instead, it was a scene from another imaginary world. It was like a birdcage that imprisoned her. While Asuna was still in a state of confusion and fear, the guy who claimed to be Sugo Nobuyuki appeared in front of her and told her what was going on. Asuna couldn't believe it. She didn't expect Sugo Nobuyuki to do something like this. Am I going to become his toy and live in this birdcage forever? Am I never going to see the man who promised me a lifetime? Asuna was terrified. She prayed with all her might, praying that Wu Yen would appear in front of her again and take her away. While Asuna was praying, she suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. Her vision started to blur, and her body started to lose all sensation. Her consciousness started to float in the air, and when she regained her consciousness, a sense of weakness spread throughout her body. At the same time, she also felt that her eyelids were blocking her vision. That's why Asuna was confused. She was confused about what was happening to her body. She was afraid that if she opened her eyes again, she would find herself in another birdcage. However, at this moment, an incomparably familiar voice, as if appearing in a dream, entered her heart. Hearing this voice, the doubt and fear in Asuna's heart disappeared in an instant. Her heart trembled violently. It's him. He's here. In her excitement, Asuna ignored the weakness in her body and tried her best to open her eyes. She wanted to see that figure. Even if this is a dream, at least let me see, just let me see. With the help of endless motivation, Asuna finally managed to gather a little bit of strength and used it all on her eyelids. Then, she opened her eyes. Her chestnut-colored eyes were the most beautiful color in the world. Her eyes lit up the entire room, and even the temperature of the air rose a little. Asuna's blurry vision gradually recovered, and the white ceiling finally appeared in front of her eyes, accompanied by a face that she has been dreaming about for a very long time. Asuna. Wu Yen smiled at Asuna, who was looking at him in a daze. Her eyes are filled with uncertainty and fear. He held her hand tightly. Good morning. Feeling the warmth and strength in her hand, Asuna finally understood that this is not a dream. Her beautiful eyes were filled with tears. Asuna couldn't help but shed tears of joy and grievance. It was as if she was telling Wu Yen about how she was treated not long ago. She couldn't stop crying. Wu Yen gripped Asuna's hand tightly as he comforted her. His other hand caressed her face and he gently wiped away her tears. Asuna couldn't help but muster up all her strength. She struggled to sit up on the bed and threw herself into Wu Yan's arms. Wu Yan quickly hugged her to support her weak body. I knew it. I knew it. Asuna's voice was hoarse as she sobbed, You will find me. Hearing Asuna's words, Wu Yan's heart was filled with pity. He wanted to hug her with all his strength, but considering how weak she is right now, he could only pat her back to comfort her. The two hugged each other on the bed. Only the faint sound of crying could be heard. The sun shone on them like a blessing. Chapter 777. As time went by, Yuki Shozo and Sugo Nobuyuki became more and more restless. The sound of pacing could be heard in the room. They would look at the curtain from time to time, but there was no movement inside at all. Is she still not ready? It wasn't the first time Yuki Chizo asked this question. Although his expression was still calm, his eyes were full of anxiety. President, this is taking too long. Sugo Nobuyuki quickly said. That man, I don't think we can trust his words. Chozo's face changed drastically. As the CEO of a large manufacturer, he rushed to the hospital when he received the news that the victims of SAO had woken up. He thought that his daughter had finally woken up, but he didn't expect to receive the worst news. Now, a person suddenly appeared and said that he could save Asuna, leaving him waiting outside the hospital. It was a torture for him. Yuki Akeso is having a hard time, Sugo Nobuyuki is having a hard time as well. He can feel a sense of unease creeping up on him. The more time passes, the greater the sense of unease. His heart is beating like a drum. He's afraid that Wu Yan has the ability to save Asuna. Therefore, Sugo Nobuyuki could only tell himself that such a thing would never happen. The victims of Sao were trapped in the imaginary world for 3 years. For 3 years, no one was able to save them even with the help of the entire country. Now, the imaginary world that Sugo Nobuyuki used to trap 300 players, including Asuna, used the same cardinal system. Although it's an old version, it's still very stable. Plus, no one has been able to break through Nervegear's stealth system for 3 years. It's not impossible to use an external force to intervene, but that's the only way. That's right, it hasn't been created yet. When he thought about it, Sugo's uneasiness calmed down a lot. Unfortunately, the method Wu Yan used to save Asuna isn't any other method. It's a mysterious ability in this world. That's why Sugo's fate is sealed. While the two of them had different thoughts and were waiting anxiously, the curtain covering the entire bed slowly opened, instantly attracting the attention of Yuki Shozo and Sugo Nobuyuki. The two of them suddenly turned their heads to look at the direction of the bed. The next moment, it was as if they were struck by lightning. Both of them were stunned on the spot. This. Yuki looked in front of him in disbelief. After confirming that he's not mistaken, he trembled with excitement. Asuna! Dad! With Wu Yan's help, Asuna sat on the edge of the bed and looked at Yuki. Her eyes were red and swollen from crying. Dad! Asuna! It's really Asuna! Yuki suppressed his trembling body and walked step by step to Asuna's side. You finally woke up! He shouted excitedly. Sugo Nobuyuki had a face full of disbelief, but unlike the excited Yuki Shozo, he took a few steps back. He kept shaking his head as if he's hysterical. Impossible, this is impossible. Sugo Nobuyuki's words instantly fell into the ears of the 3 people present, waking them up from the joy of reunion. Asuna's gaze fell on Sugo Nobuyuki. She pointed at him angrily and shouted at Sugo Nobuyuki. Father! That's him. He's the one who imprisoned me in an imaginary world. I can't wake up. What did you say? As if a bucket of cold water was poured on his heart, the excitement on his face disappeared without a trace. His head stiffly turned to Sugo Nobuyuki, his eyes were filled with disbelief. Sugo Nobuyuki regained his senses and clenched his teeth. He pretended to be calm and pushed up his glasses. Miss Asuna, what are you talking about? I don't understand what you're saying. Asuna woke up from a long slumber so she couldn't hear Sugo Nobuyuki's voice. Other than Wu Yan's voice that miraculously reached her heart, she couldn't hear anything else. However, based on Sugo Nobuyuki's expression, it's not hard for her to guess that he's trying to weasel his way out of this. Asuna glared coldly at Sugo Nobuyuki before turning to look at Yuiching Akane. Dad, this person used some underhanded means to imprison me in an imaginary world called Aloe, and he's the administrator of that imaginary world. President. Sugo Nobuyuki took a deep breath and lowered his head. It seems like Miss Asuna has been sleeping for a long time. Even her thoughts are a little messed up. This. Yuki stood up and looked at Asuna, who was looking at Sugo Nobuyuki with a cold expression. Then, he looked at Sugo Nobuyuki, who had his head lowered. He couldn't see Sugo Nobuyuki's expression and frowned. I think it's better to let Asuna rest for a while. Hearing this, except for Asuna, who couldn't hear anything for the time being, everyone knew that Yuki still chose to believe Sugo Nobuyuki. Sugo Nobuyuki grinned. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and glanced at Sugo Nobuyuki. He took the nerve gear from Asuna's hand. Yuki-san, I don't think there's a need for that. Wu Yen weighed the helmet in his hand and smiled. Yuki paused. Sugo Nobuyuki's expression changed. He turned around and chose the stupidest way to deal with the situation. Run. However, just as he raised his foot, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him with a cold and bright smile on her face. Where do you think you're going? Sugo-san. You. Sugo Nobuyuki took a step back in fear. He looked at Wu Yen, who was sitting on the bed a second ago. His heart was filled with fear. President. Sugo Nobuyuki yelled at Yuki. Don't be fooled by him. He must have done something to Miss Asuna. President, you have to believe me. Don't be in a hurry to deny it. Wu Yen stepped forward and pursed his lips. Now, with Asuna as a witness, I believe there will be people investigating that ALO world very soon. Before that, it's better for you to stay here obediently. Don't jump around everywhere, bastard. Sugo Nobuyuki was in complete despair. His eyes flashed with madness. He grabbed a fruit knife and stabbed it at Wu Yen. Asuna was scared out of her wits. Stop! Yuki Shozo exclaimed. Wu Yen raised his head. He didn't even look at the fruit knife coming for him. His wine-red eyes glowed red. Before the fruit knife could reach Wu Yen, he felt a force that could topple mountains and overturn seas raining down on him. As if he had hit an invisible wall, Sugo Nobuyuki flew back at a speed faster than when he had rushed over and smashed into the wall beside him. Ah! The impact made Sugo Nobuyuki dizzy. He howled in pain. Then, a foot appeared in front of his eyes. It was getting bigger and bigger. Bang! 2 streams of blood flowed down Sugo Nobuyuki's nose. His glasses were completely shattered and hung loosely on his face. A few teeth flew out of his mouth. His head tilted to the side and his eyes bulged as he fainted. Seeing this, Asuna let out a sigh of relief and a smile appeared on her face. On the other hand, Yuichi Nikisin stared at Sugo Nobuyuki's ugly face. Yuichi Nikisin's shoulders drooped as if he had suddenly aged a lot. Chapter 778. In the end, Sugo Nobuyuki's actions were exposed to the public, and everyone knew about it. Originally, Sugo Nobuyuki was adamant in denying his crimes. He tried to push all the blame onto Kayaba Akihiko, the developer of Nervegear and Cardinal. After all, everything he did in the imaginary world was just virtual data. Even if he didn't erase it in time, it doesn't mean he did it. So, he decided to just deny it and try to fool the public. Unfortunately, the true ancestor of vampires would not let go of this clown who had extended his dirty hands to his wife. So, one night, in the shelter where Shinji was kept, the police officer who was watching over him faintly heard the miserable cries that had been ringing for the entire night. He was so scared that he thought that the shelter was haunted. The next morning, when someone went to pick up Sugo Nobuyuki crawled to the police officers and pleaded for all his crimes. He repeatedly emphasized that he shouldn't be forgiven and that it would be best if he was locked up in prison for the rest of his life. The police officers were stunned. They thought Sugo Nobuyuki had lost his mind. They didn't know that not only was Sugo Nobuyuki not insane, he was actually very clear-headed. So, he clearly understood that if he were to appear under the sun again, everything that happened to him last night would be a nightmare that would haunt him for the rest of his life. If that were to happen, he wouldn't be able to die in peace. Whatever the case may be, the incident with Sugoi Nobuyuki had come to an end. The 300 players who were trapped in the ALO and turned into experimental subjects had successfully escaped the calamity before the experiment began. They had awakened from the negative effects of the imaginary world. Slowly, they're going back to the surface, of course, after the incident, the players found out what happened in SAO over the past 3 years. The name Wu Yan became the focus of the investigation. So, questions of all sizes began to appear one after another, such as Wu Yan's identity, background, and so on. However, at this time, the investigators who couldn't find out anything about Wu Yan's identity and background were shocked to find out that one of the staff members accidentally found information about Wu Yan's identity. For a moment, all the investigators couldn't help but look at each other. Before this, no matter how much they investigated, Wu Yan's identity was like a mystery. They couldn't even find his name in the household register. But now, everything was clearly laid out in front of them. How could this not cause their brains to short-circuit? That's all for later. In short, after solving the identity problem, quite a number of people approached Wu Yan and tried to get information about SAO out of him. Wu Yan didn't want to be the first one to do so, he just brushed them off with a perfunctory manner. There were more things that needed to be solved in the future. Wu Yan is so famous in SAO that he can't do anything about it. He's going to be very busy. Just like that, time slowly passed by. The matter between SAO and ALO gradually calmed down during this period of time. One day, early in the morning, Daddy, get up. Amidst a tender and sweet cry, Wu Yan, who was still lying on the bed and had been idling around for quite some time, smacked his lips. He hugged the blanket and twisted his body. It's not dawn yet, Daddy. Yui, who was wearing a cute dress and had long straight hair, couldn't help but pout angrily. She pulled Wu Yan's blanket and kept tugging at it. It's already dawn. Mommy is still waiting for you. Get up. Unfortunately, Yui's voice was like a stone sinking into the ocean. She didn't get a single reply. What she got in return were a few strange murmurs and the sound of heavy breathing. Mwah. Yui's small face was swollen, her big watery eyes were full of anger. Yui rolled her eyes and she climbed onto the bed. She poked Wu Yan's cheek and she called out to him. Hey, Wu Yan. Mommy is about to be taken away. Let's see who dares. Wu Yan's body shook and like a spring, he jumped up and landed on top of the bed. His face didn't have the slightest trace of confusion, it's filled with killing intent. He even struck a Thai boxing pose as if he's going to use a sure kill skill that will empty his HP bar. Even his eyes turned ferocious. Wu Yan quickly realized something. His expression stiffened and his neck stiffened as he slowly moved downwards. Then, he saw Yui tilting her head with an adorable smile as she meowed in a sweet voice. Good morning. Daddy. Yui. Wu Yan's eyebrows twitched and his mouth twitched. He cursed in his heart. His shoulders drooped and he said weakly, Good morning, moi, Daddy, wake up. Yui put her hands on her waist like an adult and said with dissatisfaction, Mommy is going to be out of school soon. Let's go pick her up. Yes, yes, yes. Wu Yan smiled bitterly and glanced at Yui. I say, my daughter, can you not wake me up like this in the future? If I don't call you like this, Yui won't be able to wake up my super lazy daddy. Yui tilted her head as if thinking about something. She finally came to a conclusion. It's Daddy's fault. Wu Yan chuckled awkwardly. He shrugged his shoulders and started washing up helplessly. After solving the problem of his identity, he and his only daughter, Yui, started living in a mansion that wasn't made of wood but had the exact same layout as their house on the 22nd floor of Aincrad. They started to settle down in a mansion that wasn't made of wood but had the exact same layout as their house on the 22nd floor of Aincrad. On the surface, Wu Yan is a single father and Yui is his adopted daughter. The two of them lived together in the same villa as each other. Originally, Yui was dissatisfied with her status as an adopted daughter. She'd rather be Wu Yan's biological daughter than an adopted daughter. However, Wu Yan looks like he's in his 20s. He can't imagine how people would look at him if he has a daughter who's around 10 years old. No matter how dissatisfied Yui is, she had no choice but to accept it. Yui is actually quite satisfied. She's able to appear in the real world and accompany her parents. What's there to be dissatisfied with? Of course, as for how she was able to appear in the real world and even become a person with flesh and blood, Yui didn't understand at all. Every time she asked her father how he did it, he would only give her a mysterious smile and then smile perfunctorily. Fortunately, Yui is very obedient. She knows what to ask and what not to ask. She didn't ask any further. The result is good, isn't it? And so, the two of them lived a peaceful and happy life together. Asuna also came to visit them almost every day. She already considered this house as her own. If it weren't for her parents' disapproval, she would have moved in with them. In Liz's words, Asuna is in a hurry to get married. Speaking of Asuna, she can't live with Wu Yan and Yui like she used to. She's living in her own home. She went to a school for the survivors of SAO and she became the prettiest girl in the school. She's now the most popular girl in the school. This is why Yui always uses the excuse that her mother was taken away from her to wake Wu Yan up. Wu Yan isn't a student, so he's not in school. He knows that there are a lot of people chasing after Asuna. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.